Chapter 177. The mountain breeze blew, and the clouds surged. It was a scene of tranquility and loftiness. Gu Siener stood charmingly under a tall, ancient tree. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her skirt swayed gently in the wind. There was a crystalline luster in her eyes. She appeared bright and beautiful. Ancestor, if you want to help me, then help me suppress his cultivation. It's enough to suppress him to the marquis level. I want to defeat Gu Changa fair and square. She repeated what she said to the ancestor. The expression on her small face was somewhat cold and aloof. Head elder at the side had a strange expression on his face. This girl usually looked very obedient. But why did her words carry a hint of Gu Changa's black-bellied and thick-skinned tone? Suppress Gu Changa's cultivation to be one level lower than hers. Then she can defeat Gu Changa fair and square? How could she say such words so naturally? It seemed that she had learned the bad things from Gu Changa. If Gu Changa heard this, she was afraid that she would be in for a bad time. Of course, if Gu Changa was here and saw this scene, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself from beating Gu Siener. Wasn't it better to cultivate properly and raise her cultivation level? Why did she like to provoke him for no reason? It seemed that this girl, Gu Siener, had not suffered enough. Suppress her cultivation level. Why not just kill him for revenge? Siener, if that bastard Gu Changa is threatening you with something, then tell me. No matter how savage he is, he won't dare to be impudent in front of me. Hearing Gu Siener's words so naturally, Gu Nanshan was silent for a long time. Then he smacked his lips and said, he still thought that Gu Siener was very afraid of Gu Changa because she had been forced and hurt by him during the time she was cultivating in the palace of heavenly immortals. That was why Gu Siener said such words. After all, there was something wrong with these words. This little girl looked so well-behaved and clever. How could she be so frightened by Gu Changa? He didn't seem to want to take revenge for having his bones dug out. Did he mishear something? Ancestor, you're thinking too much. You didn't understand the situation clearly before you came, right? Hearing this, Gu Siener rolled her eyes slightly. Now he felt that this old ancestor was very unreliable. The great elder shook his head inwardly. Although the Gu clan's patriarch was very strong, facing Gu Changa, he probably wouldn't have an easy time. After all, even with his state of mind, he was so infuriated by Gu Changa that he almost stomped his feet. When this yellow-toothed old farmer met Gu Changa, he probably wanted to slap that unfilial descendant to death. Oh, is there anything I don't know about this? Gu Nanshan asked. He was puzzled. Judging from Gu Siener's behavior, she shouldn't be a fool. How could she say something like that? Could it be that the unfilial descendants of the Gu clan were hiding something from him? Ancestor, didn't you notice the secret of what happened back then? Gu Siener asked with a slightly helpless tone. Huh. Gu Nanshan was really stunned at this time. It seems like there really was a little bit of it. Gu Siener's confident look made him suspicious. This kind of thing of digging out bones and self-mutilating fellow clansmen didn't seem like something the Gu clan would do. That was why he was so angry when he found out. He began to recall the scene when he walked out of the ancestral land. Except for the strange expressions of many clansmen, the others seemed normal. The current head of the Gu clan, Gu Changa's father, was indeed a little embarrassed and guilty about this matter. At that time, Gu Nanshan was only angry and didn't ask in detail. Now that Gu Siener pointed it out, he suddenly understood a little. Gu Changa obviously had a motive for digging out Gu Siener's bone of great Tao. All these years, Gu Changa was praised as having the disposition of a true immortal, but it wasn't because of Gu Siener's bone of great Tao. Gu Changa's hidden talent seems to be the spatial talent. Although the bone of great Tao is powerful compared to the spatial talent, it's not necessary to dig it out. Gu Nanshan narrowed his eyes. After being reminded by Gu Siener, he instantly felt that this matter was very suspicious. But in front of Gu Siener, how could he, the ancestor, act like he didn't know anything? So he coughed slightly and said with a serious expression, I didn't expect Siener to realize this too. At first, I didn't know how to explain this to you, but now that you've thought it through, that's the best. Although he was also confused about this matter, his heart was dumbfounded. But this didn't stop him from maintaining the dignified appearance of the ancestor in front of Gusien. When Gusiener heard this, she couldn't help but reveal an expression of as expected. This was exactly what she had expected. She didn't doubt Gunanshan's words. Then, ancestor, why did you say such things just now? She frowned and asked. Even if no one told her the truth about this matter, she would investigate it on her own. Apart from this, she had other things to do. She wanted to find her parents and grandfather who had gone missing in a certain plane of existence. Ahem, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it. So I said this. I'm sure you now understand Gu Changa's good intentions, right? When he heard this, Gunanshan's expression turned serious and he coughed slightly again. As for what good intentions Gu Changa had, he didn't know. These words were just said casually, but thinking about it, Gu Changa had resolved much of Gu Siener's hatred towards him. This was a good starting point. He also didn't want to cause a division in the clan and the clan to kill each other. This could be considered an excuse for Gu Changa. Since Gu Siener was fine and didn't have much killing intent towards Gu Changa, it was best that this hatred could be resolved. But this way, Gu Siener would feel a little wronged. Gu Changa's good intentions. Gu Siener was stunned. Her expression suddenly became complicated. During this period of time, she had also thought things through. Many simple things were actually easy to understand. Gu Changa's goal all along was to make her hate him, make him her target, and then become strong enough to defeat or even kill him. What exactly was the purpose of him honing himself? This was something that couldn't be explained by guilt. Gu Siener felt that this was the biggest secret that Gu Changa had been hiding all this time. If Gu Changa was here and heard the conversation between Gunanshan and Gu Siener, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. This elder ancestor was a living ally. His words had accidentally fallen into Gu Changa's trap. To put it bluntly, it had even saved Gu Changa a lot of effort. Yes, Gu Changa's good intentions. At this moment, Gunanshan couldn't help but reveal a somewhat meaningful smile. This scene made Great Elder a little stunned. He wondered if he had misjudged Gu Changa. Was he really a good person? But he thought about it from left to right, but he really couldn't understand how the word good person had anything to do with Gu Changa. This was a completely different story between a person and a word. But on the other hand, although Gu Changa's demonic nature is innate except for certain situations, his behavior is actually quite normal. He's not really a demon. Great Elder couldn't help but start to doubt his previous opinion. Then Gu Siener was carried by the two of them, turned into a divine rainbow, and shot into the sky, leaving this place. Immortal Ancient Continent was soon in chaos. Various orthodoxies were about to descend here. Gu Siener was alone with no one to protect him. It was still very dangerous. This training had already ended, so there was no need to continue. Moreover, no matter what, Gu Siener had the blood of the longevity Gu family flowing in his veins. He was also the personal disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's Great Elder. At this time, how could they not care about him? Immortal Ancient Continent was not peaceful at all during this period of time. Various orthodoxies and great sects sent powerhouses over to suppress Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans and restore their dignity. Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans were naturally anxious and angry. They hated the culprit of all this, the Feathermen clan, to the bone. If the Feathermen clan hadn't crossed the line, how could this have happened? Of course, many clans also hated Gu Changa to the bone, believing that he was the root of all this. In their hearts, Gu Changa was the incarnation of evil. In order to eat away at Immortal Ancient Continent's benefits, he didn't hesitate to use all kinds of despicable methods. First, he killed the leader of Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation, long tongue. Then he provoked the anger and hatred of both sides, resulting in a massacre. He himself was the fisherman who reaped the benefits from this. Later on, he even schemed against the entire immortal ancient continent's clans, attracting the orthodoxies of the outside world to purge everything. The cause and effect of this matter was already very clear. If it wasn't for Guchanga, none of this would have happened. Many creatures were extremely fearful of this young man who was so terrifying that it made them tremble in fear. However, many creatures also hated him to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to cut Guchanga into 1,000 pieces and smash his body into pieces. Of course, to the older generation of immortal ancients, various clans, this was the so-called, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The orthodoxies of the outside world only wanted an excuse and reason. Coincidentally, Guchanga created this opportunity for them. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above immortal ancient continent, ancient purple-bronze warships appeared one after another, crushing everything as they passed. They were incomparably huge, as if continents were rising and falling between heaven and earth, casting terrifying demonic shadows. A group of experts from the absolute beginning divine sect had already arrived. A middle-aged man covered in golden armor stood with his hands behind his back. Radiance shrouded him, dazzling and resplendent. Young Master Changa was attacked by the Featherman race's sacred weapon. How can this hatred be resolved? He stood on an ancient purple-bronze warship, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the city not far away and said with a cold expression. The ancient city in front of him was like a giant featherman lying dormant on the ground. It looked majestic and majestic. From afar, the city walls weren't that tall. However, they occupied a large area. Countless wisps of blood chi filled the city. That was the embodiment of the gathering of many experts of the Featherman race. Hearing the middle-aged man in golden armor's words, murderous voices rang out from the ancient purple-bronze warships behind him. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. Such a shocking voice seemed to contain a monstrous rain of blood. It reverberated under the sky, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators and creatures to change drastically. They were all shocked, especially the many cultivators from the outside world. Their souls trembled. The absolute beginning divine sex, domineering strength, and shielding of their own wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Now, this group of experts had rushed over from the outside world and stopped outside the Featherman race's territory. Their purpose was already very obvious. The Featherman race is simply too unlucky to have been targeted by the absolute beginning divine sect. Even if they don't die, they'll probably lose a layer of skin. This is a group of crazy devils. After beating up the young, a group of old people came. Seeing this scene, many cultivators' faces turned pale as they distanced themselves from them. Not to mention that the Featherman race was completely in the wrong. Even if they were in the right, it was useless in front of the absolute beginning divine sect. Guchanga's background was definitely the kind that no one in the entire upper realm dared to provoke. Even if they said something bad behind his back, they had to be careful not to be heard by him. That's a good sentence. We've always been the ones bullying others. No one has ever dared to bully us. The Featherman race should be killed. On the ancient purple-copper warship. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. He kicked the pale and handsome man from the Feather clan beside him, whose cultivation was restrained. This man was the current successor of the Featherman race, Yu Xian. At the same time, he was also Yu Jing's childhood sweetheart. The two of them grew up together and had a close relationship. However, Yu Jing was killed by Guchanga. This made him angry and resentful. He was simply furious. However, there was no solution. Now, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man in golden armor, His face was incomparably ashen and filled with unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with monstrous anger. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? You're provoking a war with the Featherman race." Yu Xian roared, feeling incomparably humiliated. He had been training outside, looking for an opportunity to break through. He planned to seek revenge on Gu Chang'e. Then, on the way back to his race, he was attacked by the powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect. His sage-to-be protector was besieged and instantly died on the spot. Then he was suppressed and abandoned on the ancient purple copper worship. He followed the powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect to the outside of the race's territory. "Don't be anxious. The young master hasn't arrived yet. The show hasn't started yet. Don't be anxious. Soon, you will be sent by the young master to accompany your childhood sweetheart. None of your clansmen will be left behind." The middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. "You've gone too far. You'll suffer retribution." Yu Xian roared. His face was pale with anger and fear. From what the middle-aged man said, he had already predicted that the Featherman race would face a situation of 4-2. In the 100 horizontal mountain range, a dense, immortal light filled the air. If a cultivator suddenly came here at this moment, they would be shocked to find that this place had become an immortal paradise. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an immortal paradise. Wisps of immortal aura were floating between heaven and earth. They were crystal clear and pure, giving people the feeling that they were about to ascend. In the stone chamber, Yu Mingkong's body was crystal clear. Her bright eyes were deep and calm, looking more and more extraordinary. At the same time, she was also refining the immortal Tao runes here. It was as if he had obtained a great fortune. Previously, she had only obtained a little benefit from the crack of the door, but now Gu Chang'e had opened the entire door. Incomparably dense immortal Tao runes fell like rain. Although she was guarding him outside, she had also gained a lot of benefits. Rumble. At this moment, the light rain inside the stone door became more and more hazy and vast. In that vast and mysterious world, the sound of a riot resounded, and it was like a chaotic thunderbolt was crashing down with a crackling sound. Dong dong dong. Yu Mingkong looked over in confusion. She saw a figure with a great Tao treasure bottle on his head. His body was charred black, and he looked a little wretched. He was rushing out quickly. Vast and mighty thunderbolts followed behind him. It was a vast sea of lightning. There were even all kinds of strange and terrifying creatures that appeared. They raised their hands and struck out thunderbolts of different colors. Some of them were big and small. They pressed down like mountains, and their majesty made people's hearts palpitate. There was even a terrifying sage aura mixed in. This made Yu Mingkong's heart tremble. Gu Chang'e had broken through to the sage realm. This made her extremely shocked and even frightened. Was this his true cultivation? Not to mention those of the same generation. Even those of the older generation would not be able to find many opponents. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Chapter 178. Even though Yu Mingkong had lived 2 lives, she could not calm down at this moment. A huge wave of emotions surged within her. The tip of Gu Chang'e's hidden strength was finally showing signs. Silently, his cultivation had already broken through to the saint realm. This speed was simply beyond common sense, and it was enough to make people despair and even panic. She finally understood the true terror of the immortal devouring demonic art. Why was it that every time the successor of the immortal devouring demonic art appeared, the world would fall into chaos and countless orthodoxies and factions would hunt them down, determined to kill them? This kind of cultivation speed was simply shocking. One had to know that Gu Chang'e was only in his early 20s, but he had already reached a height that countless cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. Being targeted by Gu Chang'e, that's the real nightmare. Yu Mingkong recalled how she had thought that she had a chance of avenging Gu Chang'e, but now she understood how foolish and laughable the thought was. Boom! At this moment, the immortal path in front of her suddenly shook violently, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Dense divine lights of laws rushed out from within. Gu Changa! Yu Mingkong's cold eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, she saw a charred figure rush out from within, the great Tao treasure bottle above his head. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts seemed to be enraged. They let out a shocking roar and crashed down behind him. Rumble! The entire immortal path crumbled again and cracks appeared on it. However, the moment it came into contact with the outside world, the sea of lightning that was about to rush out seemed to have come into contact with a ripple of laws. In an instant, it dissipated in the void, like snow melting under the sun. In the end, the mighty lightning tribulation did not strike Gu Changa at this moment. To be honest, this was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. He was devouring the immortal essences to break through his cultivation when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, the mighty thunder tribulation struck down directly. Each bolt of lightning was enough to injure an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. If they were not careful, it was possible that their body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Changa knew that this was caused by the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal path. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the outside world, it would no longer cause the heavenly tribulation to descend. Only in the most ancient times would those monstrous talents be baptized by the heavenly tribulation when they broke through. However, this heavenly tribulation looked as if it wanted to strike him to death. After Gu Changa withstood a few waves, he felt that something was wrong, so he left directly. The subsequent heavenly tribulations would get stronger and stronger, and would even approach the level of the great sage realm, with a trace of the aura of a quasi-supreme. He knew that he was very strong, but there was no need to get half dead in such a place. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the quasi-sage realm, it was very comfortable. Moreover, Gu Changa had scooped up all 21 immortal spirits in one fell swoop. Since he couldn't finish devouring and refining them now, he could save them for future use. At this point, he had successfully achieved his final goal. This made Gu Changa very satisfied. Next, it was time to stir up trouble. Puffed! At this time, looking at the charred Gu Changa in front of her, Yu Mingkong finally couldn't hold back and let out a burst of pleasant laughter. It was the first time she had seen Gu Changa in such a sorry state, being chased by the heavenly tribulation. It was as if he wanted to get rid of evil for the people. Gu Changa glanced at Yu Mingkong, his expression calm and unperturbed. Then his body shook slightly. His charred body broke inch by inch. A layer of fragrance emerged. The new skin was crystal clear, revealing the luster of immortal jade. But there was also a kind of aura that he wouldn't be destroyed if the world was destroyed, and he wouldn't be destroyed if the universe collapsed. Yu Mingkong's eyes narrowed. On her snow-white pretty face, the pair of eyes emitted a blazing divine brilliance, and she looked at Gu Changa without blinking. After looking at me for so long, shouldn't you let me look at you? Courtesy demands reciprocity, Gu Changa said casually, with a hint of interest at the corner of his mouth. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong directly froze. At this time, she also turned her head and said lightly, "Then why don't you hurry up and put on your clothes?" Gu Changa laughed. "Didn't I see you in a trance? So that you can take advantage of me." These words made Yu Mingkong gnash her teeth in hatred. She didn't want to admit that she was indeed a little dazed just now. Soon, Gu Changa casually found a robe and put it on. He walked outside. At the same time, he said, "The immortal gate is going to close soon, but after opening in advance, it won't be so easy the next time," he said casually. The next time the immortal gate opened, it would probably attract a group of old antiques and cause a terrible storm of blood. Gu Changa was now equivalent to plucking the peach in advance. When the time came, even if those old antiques rushed in, they wouldn't be able to get anything good. Apart from Yu Mingkong, no one else knew about this. This is no longer important. No one knows that you broke in, Yu Mingkong replied. Although her gains were far less than Gu Changa's, in terms of cultivation, she had a great breakthrough. She even faintly touched the peak of the virtual god level. Yes, apart from you, no one else knows about this, Gu Changa said with a smile. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned by his words. What did he mean? She reminded herself that this matter was only known to the heavens, the earth, him, and herself. Don't worry, I won't leak this matter, Yu Mingkong said. I didn't suspect you. Why are you so nervous? Gu Changa shook his head and said bluntly. In fact, he was a little troubled in his heart. Yu Mingkong's character was really a deep example of what it meant by once bitten, twice shy. She had indeed lowered her guard against him a lot, but she had not reached the point where she completely trusted him. Gu Changa's current need for luck points and destiny points was actually not very high. Apart from exchanging for the transcendence bone, he used them to expand his inner world. Now he had tens of thousands of luck points and destiny points left. If Gu Changa wanted to complete this system mission, he was afraid that he would have to rely on the next step. His plan was also very simple. This was because, to a large extent, for women, the proportion of emotional proportion was much larger than the proportion of rational proportion. He had laid the groundwork enough. Next, he just had to wait for a tragic scene to play out. On the other hand, Yu Ling was already dead. Now, the name of the inheritor of the demonic arts was still above his head. It was time for Gu Changa to consider finding another scapegoat. Where would the next child of destiny be? By the way, take these things as a reward for your hard work. Don't suspect me. Just take it as me giving away money, Gu Changa said after that. His tone was natural. There was no intimacy, but there was also no alienation. As he raised his hand, a vague immortal aura appeared. Strands and strands of it seemed like immortal chains were floating in it. It was filled with immortal charm and Tao will, like multicolored light. Seeing this scene, Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. She found it a little hard to believe. This is immortal essence. As Gu Changa spoke, he sealed it with a jade bottle. There was quite a lot of it. However, for the current Yu Mingkong, it was obviously enough. There would even be a lot left. With that, the jade bottle landed lightly in Yu Mingkong's hand. Gu Changa took a step forward. As his robes fluttered, he had already appeared in the sky. Whoosh! In the next moment, many of the followers nearby, including Yin Mei, appeared together. Gu Changa led them, turned into a divine rainbow, and quickly left this place. Gu Changa! Yu Mingkong stood rooted to the ground, looking at the jade bottle in her hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She really didn't expect that Gu Changa would actually give her immortal essence. After all, he had risked his life to go to the immortal path to collect it. Every strand was incomparably precious and priceless. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would be tempted. Most importantly, she was now very disappointed in her heart. Previously, Gu Changa would still tease her and call himself her husband. But now he was obviously keeping a distance from her. This kind of natural and polite interaction stunned Yu Mingkong and made her feel a little bitter. After all, it was very difficult for the two of them to be like before. She understood and pretended to be confused, and Gu Changa was also happy to tease her. How good would it be if I didn't say those words at that time? Yu Mingkong shook her head and sighed slightly. She quickly restrained this emotion. After putting away the many talisman arrangements here, she left with the followers. After leaving the 100 horizontal mountain range, Gu Changa immediately rushed to the encampment where he was previously. He had already sent news back to the clan. He believed that the clan's powerhouses were already rushing to a mortal ancient continent. This kind of annexation of a mortal ancient continent's various clans, while at the same time occupying the righteous position, the Gu clan was naturally very happy. Gu Changa had already stirred up so much trouble. He didn't believe that the other orthodoxies would sit still and choose to be bystanders at this time. The resources and benefits involved in a mortal ancient continent were enough to alarm all orthodoxies. Greetings, young master. In the ruins, immortal armors and divine soldiers rode on ancient, pure-blooded, vicious beasts. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking the heavens. Their auras were cold. They were currently waiting here. Their killing intent was terrifying and incomparably shocking. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with immortal light, as if they had experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to become uneasy. Longevity Gu Clan's immortal armor guards. Every time there was a great disturbance or a great battle that involved the Longevity Gu family, many secret matters were resolved by this team. Their hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. They were one of the Longevity Gu Clan's sharpest blades. With Gu Changa's current status, it was difficult for him to mobilize many immortal armor guards. This training in immortal ancient continent could be considered an exception. These immortal armor guards had already received his orders and were waiting here for his return. This force, in addition to my puppets, is enough to sweep through many clans. Gu Changa glanced at this group of immortal armor guards and nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that there was actually an old ancestor following them. That old ancestor came from Gu Xian's lineage, but he didn't know who he was or what his seniority was. After all, as long as it was an old ancestor who walked out of the clan, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sweep through those supreme experts of a mortal ancient continent. As for whether that old ancestor would agree, it didn't matter. Gu Changa had plenty of ways to make him agree. Also, the great elder still owes me a favor. I think even he couldn't hold back this time and came to a mortal ancient continent. When the time comes, if it really doesn't work, I still have a backup plan. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. He had already planned everything. He would start with the Winged Man clan, the clan that wanted to kill him from the very beginning. Naturally, he would make an example out of them and use them as a warning to others. If the other clans were smart, they wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake. They would know what to do. At the same time, this chaotic time was also the best time for the Black Sky Eagle clan to work for him in secret. To the Winged Man clan's land. Gu Changa faintly spoke as he landed on an ancient warship. A vast number of immortal armored soldiers instantly filled the skies, their auras shocking to the extreme. At the same time in the sky, 3 figures were watching everything. They were Gu Xian, the Great Elder, and the old ancestor of the Gu clan who looked like a yellow-toothed old farmer. Gu Changa should be planning to go to the Winged Man clan. Gu Xian noticed Gu Changa's departure route and couldn't help but guess. Such a strong desire to kill and revenge for the smallest grievance. I really don't know how he became the young master. Gu Nanshan shook his head in his heart, but he couldn't help but show a look of admiration on his face. Old Ancestor, the Winged Man clan, is a clan that has been passed down since the immortal ancient era. Their foundation can't be underestimated. Don't you care about Gu Changa? Gu Xian felt that Gu Changa, who only had the immortal armor guards, wanted to crush the Winged Man clan and intimidate the other clans. It was really a little difficult. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will make a move. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then he quickly returned to normal and forced a smile. He actually wanted to see Gu Changa suffer a big loss, although he had put in good words for Gu Changa in front of Gu Xian many times. But that was also because he had no choice. He wanted to consider the future of the clan and resolve the grudge between the two. Personally, he naturally didn't have any good feelings for Gu Changa. He even wanted to teach him a lesson because he bullied Gu Xian. But now Gu Xian had said so. What else could he do? When the time came, he couldn't just watch the old ancestor of the Winged Man clan bully the younger generation of the Gu clan, while he, the old ancestor of the Gu clan, hid in the dark and watched the show, right? At this moment, Gu Nanshan felt a little troubled. He kept feeling that he had been tricked by himself. As he spoke, the void in front of the 3 of them blurred, and they quickly followed. At this moment, not only them, but also the other orthodoxies in the immortal ancient continent, and even the clans of the immortal ancient continent were alarmed. Outside the Winged Man clan's territory, many divine consciousnesses had been sweeping over these days. Many powerhouses were inquiring about this place. Rumble, however, just the several incomparably huge purple-bronze ancient warships parked in the sky made countless living beings and cultivators tremble in fear. The Taichu divine sect had been guarding this place for several days. In the Winged Man clan's territory, it was solemn and solemn. They were vigilant against the invasion of the Taichu divine sect. This kind of attitude of coming to the other party's territory, but not killing their way in, and only threatening them shocked many cultivators and living beings. Then they were overwhelmed with shock. This was indeed the incomparably powerful Taichu divine sect. They were extremely protective of their own. It was as if they had shown their weapons early on. Their killing intent was boiling, and they wanted the other party to wash their necks clean. Demonic nature overflowed into the sky, causing one's soul to tremble. Rumor has it that they are waiting for the arrival of young Master Chang'e. Some time ago, the Winged Man clan used a sacred artifact to attack young Master Chang'e. This incident angered the Taichu divine sect, and they directly sent a large number of powerhouses to kill their way in. Also, I heard that the Longevity Gu clan is also furious. A very terrifying group of immortal armored soldiers broke through the void passage and descended here to kill the Winged Man clan. The Winged Man clan is probably scared silly. They didn't expect the Taichu divine sect to come so aggressively, blocking their territory without a word. That's right. If it were me, I would also be a fool. I wouldn't even dare to think of resisting. The Longevity Gu clan is the most mysterious clan in the upper realm. It is said that they have existed for a long time, far longer than any other faction. Their foundation is definitely unfathomable. If this battle erupts, even if it can't compare to the Battle of Longevity, it can't be that weak. Many cultivators and living beings appeared on the many mountain peaks and ridges in the distance. They looked at everything in the sky and discussed. Among them, there were also many young supreme beings, such as the successor of the Dead Man Lake. They were following the faction behind him, watching from a mountain peak. In the other direction, the successor of the Longevity Wang clan, Wang Wushuang. He was also frowning and thinking. In another place, the archaic Yi clan, Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli, and the others. Their expressions were filled with deep shock. This battle had an unusual meaning. The Winged Man clan could be ranked in the top 15 among the clans of the immortal ancient clan. Although the clan had never produced an immortal Tao existence, their former ancestor also stood at the peak of the human Tao. He was a true immortal emperor. Boom! At this moment, under the shocked gazes of all the cultivators and living beings, a resplendent spatial passage appeared in the sky. Then immortal sounds rang out, and 623 immortal lights filled the air. A group of immortal armored soldiers with shocking killing intent rode ferocious beasts, as if they had rushed over from the primordial ancient world. Kill! The shocking word kill reverberated between heaven and earth. Young Master! At this moment, the powerful figures on the purple bronze ancient warship in front also shouted respectfully in the direction of the passageway. In the blurry passageway, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. He stood on a warship with his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm as he looked down at the Winged Man clan's territory. Behind him was a large group of followers with surging vitality. They were also surging with killing intent that seemed to be able to reach the heavens. No need to be so polite. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly to the group of powerful figures of the Taichu divine sect. This was from the imperishable force behind his mother. The current sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his uncle. The previous sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his grandfather. His uncle, on the other hand, was focused on cultivation. He had never married and had no children. Naturally, he became the young master of the Taichu divine sect. This relationship was not complicated at all. Otherwise, why did the other young supremes not dare to provoke him? Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of background, they were far inferior to Gu Changa. As Gu Changa appeared, the aura within a radius of tens of thousands of miles became solemn. Gu Changa, let go of our young master. In the Winged Man clan's territory, several figures suddenly rushed out and appeared in the sky. The wings on their backs spread out, and they were extremely angry. They roared with hatred and killing intent. From the looks of it, they were about the same age as Gu Changa and belonged to the more impulsive younger generation. Ignoring the elders who stopped them, they rushed out. Let go of their young master? Gu Changa smiled with interest and asked. The middle-aged man in golden armor beside him replied respectfully, Young master, this is the descendant of the Winged Man clan. His name is Yu Xian. As he spoke, he grabbed Yu Xian, whose cultivation had been sealed. Gu Changa, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge Yu Jing. Yu Xian's face was full of unyielding anger and killing intent. He stared at Gu Changa with scarlet eyes and roared. If his cultivation hadn't been sealed, he would have definitely fought with Gu Changa hundreds of times. What's his relationship with Yu Jing? Gu Changa asked with a faint smile. Young master, they are childhood sweethearts and are very close. The middle-aged man in golden armor replied with a teasing smile. Oh, that's good. I have the beauty to help them. Then I'll send them to become a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Gu Changa said with a faint smile. Gu Changa, let go of our descendant now. At that moment, the few young beings in front of him rushed toward Gu Changa with anger and killing intent. They were holding a forbidden weapon in their hands. It shone brightly, and there was a terrifying aura intertwining. You dare to stop me with just a single forbidden weapon? Gu Changa said with a faint smile. Taking a step forward in the air, his expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and brought it down. Buzz! Divine talismans, intertwined and black and white chi swirled around. The talismans were destroyed like a divine wheel that crushed the sky and pressed down with his palm. Poof! The forbidden weapon exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The few empty God Realm elites and the forbidden weapon collapsed on the spot, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Stupid! Gu Changa didn't expect that there would be brainless people who would come to die at this time. The Winged Man clan was so cowardly that none of the older generation dared to show themselves. This made him slightly disappointed. Gu Changa raised his hand again and sent Yu Xian to accompany his childhood sweetheart. After all, he had to fulfill what he had promised. Bitter-fated mandarin ducks, let them be. Chapter 179. Poof! Blood splattered in the air, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. No matter how angry Yu Xian was, his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Gu Changa made a move and sent him down to accompany his childhood sweetheart. Don't worry, your clansmen will come to accompany you in a while. He smiled faintly, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. From his appearance, he was obviously an extraordinary person, but his methods were so strong and cold. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, not bad, not bad. Gu Nanshan, the great elder, and Gu Xian who had rushed over from the sky, naturally witnessed this scene. Gu Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile on his face and said, This is how the young master of the Gu clan should be. Whoever dares to offend the Gu clan will have their entire clan wiped out. Although that was what he said on the surface, his brows were furrowed so tightly that the character Chuan was about to form. The Gu clan's motto had always been to not take the initiative to provoke trouble. But if someone really dared to touch the tiger's whiskers, they would definitely be attacked like thunder. Gu Changa's methods today, in his opinion, were not problematic. But the Gu Changa in front of him was so cold, heartless, and decisive. It would be fine if he was a sharp blade but letting him hold the power and rule over the Gu clan was not a good choice. But in front of Gu Xian, or what else could he say? He could only pretend to praise Gu Chang'e and say these words against his heart. Gu Nanshan felt very awkward. Elder ancestor is right. The Winged Man clan did ask for it. If they didn't go to extremes, how could today's consequences have been brought about? But they were also stupid, falling into Gu Chang'e's trap. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would not have found an excuse to attack them. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded, and his eyes showed that he agreed. After all, the Winged Man clan's experts had attacked her at that time. Gu Chang'e had involved her in this matter and led the trouble to her. She would never forget this debt. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even the vast city up ahead was extremely quiet. Not a single living being dared to make a sound. Gu Chang'e stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, he resembled a young immortal emperor inspecting the world, exuding a sense of disdain. Not only did his domineering methods intimidate everyone in the feather human tribe, even the cultivators and living beings nearby felt a chill run down their spines. He had killed the successor of the winged human tribe in front of all of them. However, no one from the Feathermen tribe dared to show themselves. Many cultivators from other orthodoxies trembled in fear at the sight of such an intimidating figure. Their reverence for him deepened. This was the most powerful person in the younger generation. One person overlooking an entire tribe. Young master, since they are not coming out, why don't we blast them away? The golden-armored, middle-aged man's name was Lu Yu. He came from the divine sect of Tai Chu and was a sage-to-be. He said respectfully, "Today, the Featherman clan had to give an explanation. They could either submit or be exterminated. As for resisting, it would only make them die faster. Cowards can't be cowards." Gu Chang'e nodded and chuckled. Life and death were all under his control. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If the process of killing the chicken was too simple, it would be difficult to achieve a deterrent effect. Moreover, according to his speculation, the Feathermen tribe should be trying to contact the immortal ancient dragon tribe at this moment, hoping that the dragon tribe would support them. However, the immortal ancient dragon tribe was not a pushover either. They would not easily fall out with the orthodoxies of the outside world. Both sides were testing each other. Therefore, the immortal ancient dragon tribe could only drag this out instead of choosing to stand up for the Feathermen tribe. The Feathermen tribe was stuck in the middle and had no other choice. They could either submit or be trampled to the ground by Gu Chang'e and the divine sect of Tai Chu and the longevity Gu family, turning them into ruins. I'll give you a chance. Submit or die today. Gu Chang'e clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward in the void, pressuring the vast divine mountain city below. He said slowly with an unquestionable coldness, making everyone's divine soul tremble and feel a chill. The group of young supreme beings only now realized that the gap between Gu Chang'e and them had unknowingly widened infinitely. They were all of the younger generation, but their power was far inferior. There was no comparison at all. This made Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, and the others fall silent. Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. Today, we won't let you succeed even if we have to destroy jade and stone together. In the Feathermen tribe's territory, waves of angry voices came out. Among them, there are several figures with overflowing hatred, staring at Gu Chang'e, wanting to cut him into pieces and tear him into pieces. In a palace, several Feathermen, tribe experts, gathered. The middle-aged man in the middle was wearing a golden robe. His face was dignified and gloomy, and he wore a purple-gold crown. He was the current leader of the Feathermen tribe, Yuwudi. From his name, one could see his courage back then. Now, his cultivation was already at the Saint Realm. When his eyes opened and closed, strands of cold light flashed past. This brat of the Gu family is simply going too far. Does he think that our Feathermen tribe is easy to bully? Does he really think that he can sweep through our Feathermen tribe with just this little bit of manpower? He is too delusional. Yu Wudi's expression was incomparably gloomy. How can the foundation of our tribe be defeated with just this little bit of manpower? He is underestimating our tribe too much. Little Xian, an elder beside him, was incomparably sorrowful. He was an elder of the Yu Xian bloodline. They watched as Yu Xian died at the hands of Gu Chang'e, but they were powerless to stop him. They didn't even dare to show themselves. This made them feel incomparably humiliated, and they couldn't vent their anger. This made them go crazy with hatred. However, the Dragon Clan still hadn't given them a reply. Before this, they didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Chang'e. They didn't even dare to directly declare war. How terrifying was the foundation of the everlasting families and the imperishable sects! This was simply unimaginable. What they had seen was always the tip of the iceberg, let alone an incomparably ancient behemoth like the everlasting Gu family. One had to know that the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were extremely fearful of them. The Dragon Clan still hasn't given us a reply. It seems that they want us to test Gu Chang'e's methods. This is an open trap, an elder said with a cold expression. His face was filled with anger. The Taichu divine sect had been waiting outside their territory for more than a day or two, but the Dragon Clan hadn't reacted at all. This was already enough to see the Dragon Clan's attitude. Go and ask the Patriarch to come out of seclusion. Without the Patriarch, this matter might not be settled peacefully, someone said with a heavy expression. Those words were unanimously approved by everyone. Soon, figures rushed into the depths of the clan with solemn expressions. Normally, if there wasn't a major incident, who would dare to ask the Patriarch for help? For the various clans, the Patriarch was an existence that was like a foundation. Some existences would even find it difficult to seal themselves once they came out. They would slowly exhaust their life essence and die of old age in this life. Many of the Feathermen had heavy hearts. They never thought that there would be a day when they would face the greatest life and death crisis, and all of this was brought about by a young man. Burning both jade and stone? Ha! I only hope that you guys can persevere until the end. In the sky outside, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face when he heard this. However, at the end of his words, he directly pressed his fingers together. At the same time, his figure stepped out of the void and moved forward. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the void, followed by crisp clanging sounds. The space trembled, and a terrifying momentum appeared. He pressed his fingers together like a sword. The sword slashed down. Boundless, sword chi fell, as if there were a vast galaxy of stars. The sword light blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping over. The immortal, ancient, divine mountains and cities in front of them began to tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the faces of many of the Feathermen changed drastically, turning pale. No one expected that Gu Chang'e would suddenly attack, and so powerfully. The terrifying divine power of this sword strike was probably enough to make even a true god or even a heavenly god disappear in an instant. This shocked them. Although Gu Chang'e had been injured for a period of time, it was obvious that his injuries had been completely healed now. Moreover, his cultivation base had become even more powerful. This time, the injury of his origin was more like a good fortune to him. The expressions of many young supreme beings became complicated. They had long lost the will to compete with Gu Chang'e, such a monster. Perhaps only the real emperor or an ancient freak who had been sealed for a long time could be a match for him, right? Kill. With Gu Chang'e taking the lead, the immortal armor soldiers of the longevity Gu family and the many powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect also roared angrily. Their murderous voices shook the sky as they pounced toward the city in front of them. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. Rumble. Many ancient warships descended, with runes flickering on them. A terrifying aura swept down, blasting some mountains and buildings into ashes. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that kind of shocking wave of fluctuations. The battle has begun. Young Master Chang'e is ridiculously powerful. Does he really intend to slaughter the entire Feathermen tribe? This attitude is too arrogant. He doesn't put the Feathermen tribe in his eyes at all. Where does Gu Chang'e get his confidence from? He can destroy the Feathermen tribe. After all, the Feathermen tribe is a tribe with at least a supreme artifact. Everyone in all directions was stunned, trembling in fear. Many people felt that Gu Chang'e had a powerful trump card. Or rather, there was an expert behind him who had yet to appear. The sword chi in the air was boundless, like a vast starry sky. A wisp of sword chi slashed out from the sword light with intention of slaughtering the sun, moon, and stars. The sharpness of the heptametal law was mixed with an extreme offensive power. Many of the Feathermen tribe members were suppressed by this vast sword chi. The terrifying energy beams interweaved into one, smashing down like a river of stars. Ancient warships filled the sky. Boom! The ancient runes and killing intent engraved on the ground erupted at the same time, intertwining and then bursting open. At this moment, it was as if the river of stars had collapsed. The godly mountain shook violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and countless ancient trees collapsed. The mountain shook, and the mountain range turned into ashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gu Chang'e led a group of immortal armor soldiers. His eyes were cold as he killed his way in. At this moment, he was like an unparalleled demon lord looking down on the world. With a raise of his hand, he struck out many divine abilities. It was like a misty rain of light, turning a large number of Feathermen creatures into ashes. At this time, it's best to drag that guy down, although Gu Chang'e seemed to be killing his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe. He was still paying attention to the scene in the sky. Gu Xian'er's aura, since she was hiding there. Then the great elder and the ancestor of the Gu family must be there too. Gu Chang'e did not doubt this at all. This kind of killing was meaningless to him. Gu Chang'e's goal was to use the Feathermen tribe as a warning. He was thinking about how to involve the ancestor of the Gu family in this battle. This was Gu Chang'e's ultimate goal. The appearance of the ancestor of the Gu family showed the strong attitude of the longevity Gu family. At the same time, it was the best deterrent for him to subdue the other tribes. Gu Chang'e also knew that the ancestor's purpose in coming to the immortal ancient continent was not to support him. Instead, it was because of Gu Xian'er to blame him. He had seen through all of this. The moment the ancestor came to the immortal ancient continent, he had been tricked by Gu Chang'e. The ancestor would not help Gu Chang'e casually. He might even teach him a lesson. Gu Chang'e naturally had a plan to deal with this. Hence, Gu Chang'e's action was even more daring in everyone's eyes. With a rumbling sound, the void behind him shone with a hazy light. It was a vast space. Golden light surged, and sharp weapons appeared one after another. Axes, hooks, forks, cauldrons. Terrifying, murderous aura was vast and mighty, about to rush out. Divine weapon scroll. Gu Chang'e directly used this supernatural power. Divine weapons rushed out with surging light, about to pierce through everything and kill the experts of the Feathermen tribe in front of him. His destination was the Feathermen tribe's tribe hall. He was prepared to face the experts of the Feathermen tribe. This guy, is he planning to barge in alone? In the sky, Gu Nanshan frowned. He seemed to have noticed that when Gu Chang'e looked up at the sky, there seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. What did that mean? Could it be that this guy knew that he was hiding here? Gu Nanshan found it increasingly difficult to see through this junior. Moreover, he always felt that Gu Chang'e's smile had some evil intentions. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? Or am I thinking too much? Gu Nanshan was more and more confused. His cultivation was much higher than Gu Chang'e's. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e should not know that he was hiding here. Of course he did not know. Because of the bone of Tao, Gu Chang'e could vaguely sense Gu Xian'er's location. At this moment, Guchanga had already killed his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe. In the void, there were divine weapons everywhere. Their sharpness was shocking, and one would die if they touched them. Even the heavenly gods were no match for them. They instantly coughed up blood and retreated. Everyone's eyes widened. There were so many divine weapons, and each of them contained Taoist rhymes and were shockingly valuable. However, Guchanga took out all of them. Other than shocking them, they could only say that all of this was really rich and powerful. In front of Guchanga, all the young creatures blocking his way were casually killed by him. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Puff, 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 in the depths of the Feathermen tribe. The city was incomparably magnificent. Pieces of basin-sized jade crystals were built one after another. However, at this moment they were collapsing. They were shot down by the torrential divine light on the ancient warships and directly disintegrated. They could not resist for even a moment. Heavens, this damned Guchanga! Quickly, ask the patriarch to wake up! These winged creatures cried out in alarm, feeling incomparable despair. In front of Guchanga, they could not resist at all and instantly exploded. The magnificent city wall was like a mountain ridge, and the tall city tower was like a heavenly palace. It was majestic. In the sky, the powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect and the Gu family's immortal armored guards rushed down like a torrent. These city walls and heavenly palaces continued to shatter, crack, and collapse, directly turning into ashes. In the depths of the tribe hall, there were many experts in the Feathermen tribe, so there were naturally many clansmen as well. However, right now they were in a state of panic. There were endless ancient symbols engraved on the city. They did not belong to this era and began to erupt. There is a path to the Yellow Springs, but you don't want to take it. You insist on having your souls scattered and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you like this kind of result? Guchanga said casually. He had already arrived here alone. No one followed behind him. A great battle erupted elsewhere, extremely intense and shocking. However, the group of Feathermen in front of him were incomparably pale. They stared at him in fear, not daring to make a move. Even the few elders of the quasi-saint realm were the same. This was too abnormal. Guchanga was clearly only at the void god realm, but he dared to charge all the way here. Was Guchanga stupid? Not only was he not stupid, but he was also as quick-witted as a demon. He schemed against immortal ancients' clans, toying with everyone in the palm of his hand. Would such a person like Guchanga come here alone because she was not sure of her chances? That was why they were all cautious and careful. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, in case Guchanga had any powerful methods or trump cards. Now I will give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. Guchanga smiled, casually repeating his words. He also knew that there were currently many powers paying attention to this place. Guchanga, if you have any methods, then just use them. Today, if a Featherman expert glared at Guchanga. However, before he finished speaking, a strand of sword energy pierced through the space between his brows, including his primordial spirit. He was instantly wiped out in body and spirit. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Giving you a chance now is my benevolence. Who knows? I might not be so kind in the next moment. Guchanga's expression did not change. He slowly swept his gaze over the terrified Feathermen in front of him. Terrifying sword radiance pulsed from his finger bone, as if it could destroy the great universe with a single strike. Behind them was the clan hall of the Feathermen. There were many higher-ups of the Feathermen standing there, including the elders, the clan leader Yewudi, and the others. They all looked at Guchanga with gloomy and angry expressions, but still no one dared to make a move. This made Guchanga sigh slightly. I've already bullied you to this extent, but you still don't dare to make a move against me? You're so cowardly. You're really hopeless. Guchanga, you've done all kinds of evil and scheming. In the end, You definitely won't have a good ending. A clan elder said angrily. A layer of terrifying light rose from his body, afraid that Gu Changa would suddenly attack. Done all kinds of evil? I can't agree with that. It was clearly your clan who wanted to kill me and take credit from the immortal ancient dragon clan. It's just that I happened to break the trap. How can you frame me now? Gu Changa said calmly in front of a group of quasi-sages and even saints. It was as if he didn't feel anything from their terrifying pressure. It was as if a cool breeze brushed past his face unperturbed. What's the use of saying something that everyone already knows? You're shameless. Immediately, a clan elder was enraged by Gu Changa's attitude. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. There had never been a day like today when he wanted to kill a junior so badly. Stop! There's something strange about this guy. Yu Wudi's expression was gloomy as he pulled the clan elder next to him. Facing a group of Saint Realm experts, an ordinary young cultivator would have already collapsed to the ground. How could they still talk and laugh like Gu Changa? This scene not only made their hearts skip a beat, but also shocked many cultivators outside. It seemed that Gu Changa was really confident. You all look like you've cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. How could you have the guts to live like dogs? Now you don't even dare to attack me? Why don't you just kill yourselves so that you don't waste my time? Gu Changa smiled faintly and looked at the battlefield in other directions. Whether it was the Taichu divine sect or the immortal armor soldiers, they were all veterans with extremely powerful cultivation bases. This battle was completely one-sided, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Featherman clan had no strength to resist at all. Don't let him get away with it. Have you forgotten what happened to Yujing? Gu Changa's words made many clan elders angry. Their faces were filled with humiliation and anger, but their clan leader was very rational and stopped them. These words were like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. In an instant, they reacted and their anger disappeared. Instead, they felt a chill run down their backs. How familiar was this strategy? Gu Changa lured them to attack, and then he had an excuse to slaughter them. This fellow was indeed full of vicious means. They felt a chill down their backs. I really didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Gu Changa had a strange smile on his face. However, no matter how he ridiculed them, the experts of the Featherman clan were furious and did not dare to attack him. To be honest, Gu Changa was surprised. He did this because he wanted to drag the ancestor of the Gu clan into the water and force him to make a move. However, Gu Changa really didn't expect the Featherman clan to be so afraid that they didn't even dare to attack him. Gu Changa rubbed the space between his eyebrows, feeling a headache. Then he directly looked at the sky with a helpless expression. Then he said in a natural tone, "Ancestor, this matter has become boring. Why don't you do it yourself? I'll leave Changa to you." As he spoke, a meaningful smile flashed across his eyes. Then he quickly returned to normal. What? Gu Changa's words were not loud, but at this moment they resounded in the sky. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and couldn't help but widen their eyes. For a moment, many people didn't react. What did Gu Changa mean? Ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor of the Gu clan was really hiding in the dark, but he didn't show himself? Was this the reason why Gu Changa was so fearless? Many cultivators followed Gu Changa's gaze, but it was a blur, and they couldn't see anyone. However, he was after all a figure of the ancestor of the Gu clan. How could ordinary people see him when he was hidden? Brother, ancestor, the great elder, and Gu Xian, who were hiding in the sky, were stunned. To be honest, the two of them didn't expect that Gu Changa had made a deal with Gu Nanshan in advance. No wonder Gu Nanshan had such a friendly attitude towards Gu Changa. Gu Xian was a little enlightened, and he thought seriously in his heart. It seemed that the ancestor of their bloodline had a good relationship with Gu Changa. Otherwise, Gu Changa wouldn't have said such a thing. If there really was hatred, Why would Gu Changa suddenly say such a thing at this time? The two of them were actually in cahoots. This was something that the ancestor didn't tell him before. This made Gu Xian even more certain of the idea in his heart. Gu Changa definitely had a secret that no one knew about. This despicable guy. The cigarette in Gu Nanshan's mouth fell out, and his entire person was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that Gu Changa actually knew his exact location, and even said such easily misunderstood words. Heaven pitied him. Before this, he really hadn't seen Gu Changa. He hadn't even spoken a word with Gu Changa. He had no interaction with Gu Changa. He was now completely stunned by Gu Changa's actions. Who knew that Gu Changa would suddenly say such a thing? I've been tricked by this guy. Gu Nanshan's face was as black as charcoal at this moment. He even had the thought of slapping Gu Changa to death. But at this time he had to show himself. Chapter 180. As soon as Gu Changa finished speaking, Gu Nanshan's figure appeared in front of the shocked and incredulous expressions of all the cultivators. Buzz! He took a step forward and left the sky, appearing beside Gu Changa in an instant. He had a hunched figure and wore tattered clothes. His face was dark, and he had a mouth full of yellow teeth. He even carried a cracked kitchen knife on his back. This appearance of an old farmer made everyone's jaws drop. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Was this the mysterious Gu clan patriarch? Many experts from various orthodoxies and clans stared at Gu Nanshan. They could not believe this was real. This was completely different from the image of an expert in their hearts. It was completely different from what they had in mind. Greetings, patriarch. Gu Changa was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly put on a warm smile and smiled. Judging from the aura, this was indeed the Gu clan patriarch. He was relieved. Even if this patriarch was furious, he would not dare to show his anger at such a blatant scheme. It involved the Gu clan's secrets and family matters. The older these people were, the more important they were. They would definitely consider the big picture and endure. Gu Changa was taking advantage of this. His initial plan was to attract the hatred of the Feathermen tribe so that they would kill him. He could use this to force this patriarch to show himself. He could not just stand by and watch him die, not to mention that Gu Xian, that silly girl, was so dizzy that she probably did not care about the grudge of having her bones dug out. Previously, the motivation for her to cultivate was her hatred for Gu Changa. She wanted to defeat Gu Changa and take back everything that belonged to her. However, the motivation for her to cultivate now was to find out the secret of Gu Changa. Gu Changa knew Gu Xian, or his character. It was impossible for her to see herself in a life and death crisis and leave her to die. When the time came, no matter what, this patriarch would be forced to show himself and become Gu Changa's tool to intimidate the other clans. However, the Feathermen tribe had disappointed him too much. None of them dared to attack him. With no other choice, Gu Changa could only come up with another plan. He came up with such an overt scheme to directly expose the ancestors' hiding place. His method could be said to be both ruthless and accurate, firmly controlling the Gu clan's patriarch's weak spot. As for offending this old ancestor, Gu Changa had never considered this. In the first place, he didn't expect this old ancestor to have a good impression of him. You're very good. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan revealed a warm smile on his face and nodded. But in reality, he wished he could slap this unfilial descendant to death. He was really good at tricking the old ancestor. He had never thought of making a move. Even if he wanted to, he would wait until the most critical moment. Otherwise, where would he put his face? From this incident, Gu Nanshan confirmed that Gu Changa was a bold and decisive person. He even dared to scheme against the ancestor. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Ancestor, you flatter me. After all, this was your order. Changa was just following orders. Gu Changa naturally heard the other meaning in the sentence. The sentence, "You're very good," already revealed the ancestor's deep dissatisfaction. However, would he care? Moreover, Gu Changa was even more straightforward. He directly put all the blame on Gu Nanshan's head. He didn't even blink when he said this. It was obvious that he was familiar with this and was incomparably skilled. This caused Gu Nanshan's smile to freeze. However, he was still an ancestor who had lived for countless years. Changa, you did well. As the young master of the Gu clan, you should naturally act like one. The Feathermen tribe is reckless. From today onwards, there is no need for 623 to exist. Gu Nanshan said slowly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. At this time he was also able to deal with it easily, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. It's mainly because I have the support of the ancestor. Otherwise, how would I dare to do this? Gu Changa smiled faintly, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" In the eyes of outsiders, this was the ancestor of the Gu clan praising the younger generation he admired. The two of them talked calmly, appearing to be incomparably harmonious. It even made many people envious. This was the foundation that the everlasting family should have. The younger generation was respectful and intelligent, and the ancestor was kind and powerful. They deserved to stand tall for eternity. Why does it feel strange? In the sky, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but mutter. His gaze moved away from Gu Changa's face. This guy's smile was so beautiful. It was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. I knew that this was a trap. This Gu Changa is so cunning. There is indeed a hidden expert behind him. In front of the Feathermen tribe's clan hall, Yuwudi breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still full of fear and vigilance. From the ancestor of the Gu clan who suddenly appeared, he felt a deep and vast feeling like the universe. The other party's strength made his heart palpitate. He didn't dare to look directly at him. Patriarch, unless the ancestor wakes up, our clan will definitely die today. The Gu clan even sent out the ancestor. Some of the elders' voices were trembling. They all felt a trembling aura from Gu Nanshan's body. They definitely couldn't be Gu Nanshan's opponent. Even a wisp of aura wouldn't be able to hold on. Ancestor, I'll leave everything to you. Changa will only cause you more trouble if he stays here. I'll take my leave first. At this time, Gu Changa smiled faintly. He didn't wait for Gu Nanshan to reply. His figure directly stepped back. The void blurred, and he instantly left this place. He had already achieved his goal. At this time, he naturally found a place to watch the show and wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits. You still want to teach me a lesson? Gu Changa couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he had tricked this ancestor until he couldn't tell north from south. You. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan was so angry that his beard almost stood up. However, in front of everyone, he could only suppress it. He swore that after this matter was over, he would definitely find Gu Changa to settle the score. What a bastard! Nobody had ever dared to trick him like this, and in such a blatant way. Where's your ancestor? Tell him to come out and die. Gu Nanshan didn't have a good temper. The moment Gu Changa left, a terrifying aura rose. It was enough to change the color of the sky and destroy the universe. So powerful. This aura, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the supreme realm. At this moment, whether it was the powerhouses of the Winged Men clan or the cultivators nearby, all changed their expressions. This kind of ocean-like fluctuation seemed to be able to drown everything and suffocate them. And this was only a wisp of the Gu clan's ancestors' aura leaking out. Just how powerful was this Gu clan's ancestor? Go get the ancestor. Yuwudi instantly collapsed to the ground. His entire body trembled, and even his primordial spirit was shaking. He was an extremely powerful supreme saint, but at this moment he was as insignificant as an ant. The other elders were even worse. Now they were all pale and couldn't even speak. He's finally appeared? Gu Nanshan's expression was very ugly. He was about to vent his anger towards Gu Changa on the Winged Men clan. At this moment, In the depths of the clan, a golden sun rose. A terrifying existence had awakened. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a huge existence with a pair of wings on its back. The quasi-supreme realm's aura pressed down and then turned into a very young creature. He was glowing, illuminating the area in front of him. It looked unusually frightening. "Greetings, ancestor." All the creatures of the Winged Men clan couldn't help but shout. They were extremely excited and excited. Their ancestor had also awakened. A quasi-supreme realm cultivator is at least at the 3rd level of heaven. However, how can he be a match for an old guy who came out of the clan's territory? After leaving this place, Gu Changa appeared on a collapsed palace and watched everything with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but nod. He had already expected the result of this battle, not to mention other aspects. The strength of every ancestor of the Gu clan was definitely ridiculously powerful. This was publicly acknowledged by all the orthodoxies and great sects. The Longevity Gu clan is so overbearing. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The ancestor of the Winged Men clan stood in the sky. Wisps of mist floated up and down, and his face was blurry. He obviously knew how difficult Gu Nanshan was to deal with. He couldn't see through his cultivation, so he couldn't help but say in a deep voice. The moment he woke up, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. He was very angry at Gu Changa's actions. However, the most important thing now was to force the ancestor of the Gu clan to retreat. Retribution? The Longevity Gu clan is your retribution. Gu Nanshan cracked a mouthful of yellow teeth, but the words he spat out sent chills down everyone's spines. They felt a sense of power and terror. Damn it! The ancestor of the Winged Men clan attacked. His aura was extremely powerful. He was at the 3rd level of Quasi-Supreme Realm. He charged forward. Immediately, the sky and earth turned upside down. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword that was shining with golden light. It was only a foot long, and it flowed with brilliant colors. It turned into a waterfall and slashed over. This sword was polished from the teeth of an unknown existence. It was entirely golden and invincible. Since the immortal ancient era, it had been used until now. It was invincible, and even small worlds could be easily cut open. This terrifying momentum made everyone's expression change drastically. Their primordial spirits trembled. In this era, who had ever seen a quasi-supreme realm fight? Sigh. The great elder shook his head. It was as if he didn't want to see this scene. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why is Master like this? Is the ancestor very strong?" "Not very strong." The great elder shook his head and then said, "Especially strong." Clang! As his words fell. At this moment, Gu Nanshan's expression was cold. He directly waved his fist and faced the sword head-on, not caring at all. Whoosh! The golden divine sword trembled. Runes flickered, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. Then with a crack, it broke into pieces and exploded. The Longevity Gu clan is retribution. Don't you understand? Gu Nanshan said coldly. He smashed down with a fist. An incomparably terrifying fist light that seemed to be able to cleanse the ancient times descended. In the surroundings, immortal corpses floated up and down. A sea of blood rose. The fist light illuminated everything. It was open and above board, making the entire world tremble. What? This feather, human clan ancestor's expression changed greatly. He revealed shock, fear, and disbelief. There was also a trace of despair. No, he shouted loudly. He didn't expect that this unprepossessing Gu clan ancestor's true cultivation level was far higher than his. The two of them didn't have the slightest chance of fighting at all. Pucci! The bloody light exploded. Under this fist light, it was directly evaporated. Including the primordial spirit, it turned into ashes. Hiss! Seeing this scene, All the cultivators on the mountain peak and even in the surroundings were shocked to the extreme. They let out a sound of sucking in a breath of cold air, killing the feather human clan ancestor with a single punch? Did they see wrongly just now? What kind of concept was this? How powerful was this Gu clan ancestor? All the feather human clansmen couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb, their bodies trembling. At this time, many people were stunned, to the extent where their entire bodies were stupefied. Humph. Gu Nanshan was somewhat satisfied with the momentum that he had caused. He snorted coldly, and his anger was slightly relieved. At this time, he glanced at Gu Changa and found that this junior didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked at him with a smile. This bastard, is he planning to provoke me? Seeing this, the anger in Gu Nanshan's heart rose again. Then, under everyone's horrified and shocked gazes, his figure disappeared in an instant and rushed to the deepest part of the feather human clan. He needed to vent his anger. The terrifying aura that had just awakened in that place quickly dissipated like the tide. It was the other feather human clan ancestor. He never expected to see such a terrifying scene as soon as he woke up. His whole body was cold, and his mentality was about to explode. He wanted nothing more than to pretend to be dead. This group of juniors is tricking their ancestor. He roared at the sky. Seeing Gu Nanshan charging over, he didn't hesitate at all. His divine soul trembled and was about to collapse. He turned into a black shadow and was about to leave this place. A quasi-supreme being wanted to escape? Who could easily catch up? Gu Nanshan was already enraged. Now that he saw this blind guy, he didn't wait for death and even dared to escape. He became even angrier. As Xiao Qin took a step forward, he turned the ground into an inch and quickly gave chase. The vast and horrifying might and pressure quickly disappeared from this place. All of the cultivators and creatures looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were pale from fright. Around the mountain peak, the young supreme masters of many orthodoxies and major sects were still trembling in fear. In their eyes, a quasi-supreme who was invincible enough to sweep across the immortal ancient continent was killed by a single punch from the Gu family ancestor. The shock that this scene left on them was simply too great. Until now, his head was still buzzing, and he couldn't react at all. Just how terrifying is the longevity Gu clan? Their foundation is simply unimaginable. Just one great ancestor is already so powerful. Rumor has it that the longevity Gu clan has a lot of patriarchs. Even they don't know how many patriarchs are buried in their ancestral land. Many cultivators had previously thought that this was a joke, but now they had no choice but to consider the authenticity of this matter. The powerful Featherman clan had been standing tall since the immortal ancient era. They had existed until now, and they had a quasi-supreme great ancestor. In front of the longevity Gu clan, they didn't even have the slightest chance of resistance. I knew we couldn't let him in. The immortal ancient remnant clan here is not the clan from back in the days of prosperity. How could they withstand? The great elder looked at this scene with a headache. Clearly, he had expected this. The great ancestor is actually so powerful. Gu Xian'er's mouth was slightly open. At this time, she was also a little stunned. She never thought that the ordinary-looking great ancestor was actually such a powerful figure, killing a quasi-supreme great ancestor with a single punch. He was probably on the same level as her masters. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? At this time, Gu Changa's figure appeared again, accompanied by his words. He stood in front of the Featherman clan, who were in despair, shock and despair, and said with a smile, Gu Nanshan was so kind to help him solve the most important problem, and through this battle, he intimidated the other clans. Now, it was naturally time for him to appear and reap the benefits. Gu Changayu. Yuwudi's face was pale, and he said in fear. He no longer had the calmness of a clan leader. The other clan elders were also pale and trembling. not daring to speak. At this moment, in their eyes, Gu Changa was no different from the old farmer-looking master from before. He could decide their life and death with a wave of his hand. Now, even their great ancestor was easily killed, and they couldn't even resist. What could they, the younger generation, do? Moreover, the Dragon Clan had already abandoned them. Do you still remember what I said before? Gu Changa said with a smile. His robes fluttered, looking divine like jade, extraordinary and extraordinary. Yes. Yu Wuti hurriedly nodded as if he had grasped a trace of light in the darkness. The eyes of the other Featherman clan members also appeared with hope. From Gu Changa's words, they felt hope. They still had a chance to live. They didn't want to die. Even ants drag out a life, let alone living beings and cultivators. It's good that you remember. I said that I would give you 2 choices, either submit or die. Gu Changa was still smiling, but at this moment, everyone felt a shocking chill from him. We choose to submit, to be slaves and servants, to be ordered by young Master Changa without hesitation. Hearing this, the group of Featherman clan elders immediately said with joy. They were scared out of their wits by the scene just now, and they knew that resisting Gu Changa would not end well for them. Okay, but before that you have to do one thing. Gu Changa said, casually with a smile on his face. His expression didn't change, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I need you all to submit to me as proof of your allegiance. That's not too much, right? There was a deep sense of playfulness in his smile. What? All the Featherman clan members were stunned. They felt the shocking chill and Gu Changa's strong malice. This proof of allegiance was naturally to make them kill each other. This was a vicious plan. As long as they did such a thing, such humiliation would be deeply imprinted in their blood, and it would be difficult to get rid of it. Not to mention them, even the many cultivators nearby couldn't help but tremble. They swore that they would never provoke Gu Changa in the future. This guy looked like a transcendent immortal on the surface, but his methods were shockingly ruthless, which made people's hair stand on end. Gu Changa's methods are as ruthless as usual. He shows no mercy to his enemies. Gu Xian, I was secretly relieved. Compared to the enemies, Gu Changa was actually very good to her. Otherwise, she would have treated Gu Changa with the kind of murderous and hateful attitude she had at the beginning. She shuddered at the thought of it. The Featherman clan was smart. Now they know how to admit defeat. What were they doing before this? Gu Changa didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. He could take advantage of this matter to intimidate the entire immortal ancient race and let everyone know that from today on, Gu Changa had the final say in the immortal ancient continent. Soon, the Featherman clan fell into chaos after Gu Changa's words. Some people's eyes turned red, and their faces were ferocious. They cursed loudly and wanted to kill Gu Changa. They would rather die than submit. But in the end, they were all killed by Gu Changa. More Featherman clan members chose to live. They didn't want to die so sullenly and unwillingly, under the suppression of the Taichu divine sect and the immortal armor soldiers. All the Featherman clan members who submitted their submission survived. Those who chose to resist were all executed. The humiliation today was enough to make the remaining Featherman clan members unable to raise their heads and face their clansmen for the rest of their lives. Soon, what happened today spread to the outside world, to all parts of the immortal ancient continent, causing a huge earthquake. No clan could remain calm and sit still. Many immortal ancient clans were scared out of their wits when they heard the news. The Featherman clan, which had a long history and was incomparably huge, would be disintegrated after today. They would become Gu Changa slaves, working for him forever and being ordered around by him. In this purge battle, the mysterious Gu clan patriarch became the focus of many cultivators' discussions. At the same time, the longevity Gu clan's foundation also shocked countless cultivators. The domineering power of the Taichu divine sect and the terrifying sharpness of the Gu clan's immortal armor soldiers caused a lot of discussion in this battle. The passage connecting the immortal ancient continent to the outside world was also opened by the palace of heavenly Tao under great pressure. The trial of the younger generation finally came to an end. But the immortal ancient continent was still not peaceful. Many orthodoxies and sects were still descending to fight for the resources. The dragon island where the true dragon clan was located was closed. Divine light soared into the sky, and the defensive array was activated. Dragon roars shook the surroundings, attracting the attention of many cultivators. No one knew what the immortal ancient dragon clan's purpose was. Soon, a few days passed. On this day, in the depths of the 100 horizontal mountain range, brilliant immortal light suddenly appeared, illuminating the sky. Immortal music spread, as if many fairies were dancing there. In an instant, many powerhouses were alarmed by the strange phenomenon. In the strange phenomenon, many ancient immortals appeared, sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures, containing supreme mysteries. Many old antiques came to this place and studied it. Then they found something shocking. The immortal gate has appeared. There may be an immortal road inside, containing the opportunity to become an immortal. When this news spread, it instantly shocked the entire immortal ancient continent, and even the outside world, immeasurable heaven, set off a terrifying frenzy. Immortal. This word had a special meaning in the entire upper world. Anything that was related to immortals was not simple, not to mention becoming an immortal. In an instant, many terrifying powerhouses once again came to the immortal ancient continent. This matter did not affect Guchanga, who had already planned to take the Featherman clan and the entire immortal ancient continent slowly. He could not help but chuckle. I've already taken all the good stuff. Even if the immortal road is open, what else can you find? Guchanga had already led a group of followers, planning to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the palace of heavenly immortals. After all, the passage between the two places was completely open. To him, the immortal ancient continent was like a back garden that he could enter at any time. He had to prepare for the next step of his plan. In addition, he had to think of a way to make the most of Gu Nanshan's deterrence. At the same time, Guchanga had to think about how to deal with Gu Nanshan's anger, although it felt good to scheme against the ancestral patriarch. However, the lessons that should come would still come. Soon, Guchanga came up with a solution. He targeted Gu Xian, Chapter 181. After all, Gu Xian, was the Lady of Luck. She had two powerful main character templates on her shoulders. Whether it was the peach tree in the peach village or the group of powerful people behind her, they were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Guchanga did not intend to kill Gu Xian, from the beginning. With this goal in mind, he had set up many schemes. Now, under his patient guidance, this silly girl had fallen into his evil clutches. His clutches. It would not be long before she realized his good intentions. Therefore, Guchanga was very sure that Gu Xian would not have the intention to kill him now. At most, she would be so angry that she wanted to take revenge and get back what she had suffered. Guchanga did not care about this kind of revenge. He turned his hand and suppressed the girl. After all, from the Laozu's attitude towards Gu Xian, Guchanga knew that he definitely felt guilty towards Gu Xian. Many things would go according to Gu Xian's wishes. Guchanga's goal was actually very simple. As the Laozu of Gu Xian's bloodline, Gu Nanshan definitely did not want to see his bloodline decline. Moreover, Guchanga's actions today were not a problem for the entire family's benefit. He would even receive the approval of many elders. As for the reason, one must know that the entire immortal ancient continent was such a big cake. After Guchanga had a hand in it, the Gu family naturally got the biggest piece. Compared to the rest of the younger generation, Guchanga's strategy was enough to make them gasp in admiration. At the same time, they understood that the Gu family would not go downhill like they thought it would in his hands. On the contrary, in Guchanga's hands, the Gu family would become more and more glorious. With this as a prerequisite, even if Gu Nanshan wanted to teach him a lesson, He would have to find a place where no one was around. Gu Xian, or his identity, was actually very awkward now. As the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan, no one dared to acknowledge her identity for fear of offending Gu Chang'e and the bloodline behind him. Gu Chang'e's current status was like the sun in the sky in the Gu family. Those clansmen who wanted to redress Gu Xian, or his innocence, did not dare to speak up. They were very afraid of Gu Chang'e. Furthermore, the seventh princess of the Shanghai Palace had died at the hands of Gu Xian. This matter was worthy of Gu Chang'e's intervention. It just so happens that the immortal ancient dragon race is the hardest bone to chew on. It's a bit tricky. This is a wonderful opportunity. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Rumble. Very quickly, many powerful auras descended from the immortal ancient continent. They left, shaking the heavens, attracting the attention of many elders and disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Several enormous purple-bronze ancient warships were docked on the supreme peak, each emitting an ancient and powerful aura. Greetings, young master. Many experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect gathered there with respectful expressions. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and told them to reorganize and rest at Wushang Peak. The other experts of the large sects were stationed in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. This could even be considered a provocation. But now, in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, no one dared to say a word. Gu Chang'e's power had reached an unprecedented peak. How's it going? Gu Chang'e asked. Young master, the remaining members of the Feathermen clan have been dealt with. The experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect replied respectfully. They had received the order to come to the boundless heaven to listen to Gu Chang'e's orders and clear the obstacles in the immortal ancient continent for him. The Feathermen clan was the first to bear the brunt, but there were still many clansmen scattered outside after their territory fell. Very good. Gu Chang'e nodded and said with satisfaction. He followed the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up the roots, so he naturally didn't plan to let them go. Now he had deterred the entire immortal ancient continent, so he didn't need the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect to show up and cause unnecessary trouble. They were stationed on the supreme peak and could listen to his orders at any time. Just as the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were returning, the sound of galloping came from the other side of the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging between heaven and earth. A terrifying immortal army also returned to the supreme peak. You've worked hard. Looking at them, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile. We'll wait for the young master's orders. When the young master truly controls the Gu family, we'll be willing to open up new territories for the Gu family and go through water and tread on fire for generations. The sky was filled with mighty immortal light. The immortal armored guard of the Gu family's loud voice reverberated. Then, with shocking murderous intent, he rushed into a passage and disappeared. The terrifying murderous intent still lingered in the air, causing the disciples on the various peaks to be shocked. Gu Chang'e stood on the peak, watching them leave with an inexplicable expression. This was a sharp weapon that could cut through anything. Unfortunately, it wasn't the day he could fully control and command the immortal armored guards. Normally, they would fight and cultivate in the other planes of the world. Only when they were summoned by the family would they break through the space passage and rush over. This time, they obeyed Gu Chang'e's orders and came to fight the Winged Man clan, killing any forces that disrespected the Longevity Gu family. After the mission was completed, they would leave. Unless Gu Chang'e became the true master of the Gu family, he would be qualified to truly control this terrifying and sharp force. This time, it could be said that it was completely an exception. After all, there were other orthodoxies and great sects eyeing the immortal ancient continent. The Longevity Gu family had a good reason to suppress the Winged Man clan, so no one could say anything. What about them? They didn't have any excuse. They sent experts to the immortal ancient continent, saying that they wanted to protect the younger generation. This was to prevent the younger generation from getting hurt or dying here. However, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent weren't stupid. They watched as the Winged Man clan was subdued by Gu Changa. They definitely wouldn't follow the same path. So every clan obediently hid and didn't leave their clan grounds. They didn't provoke trouble, and they were like cowards. They acted quickly in this matter, leaving the other orthodoxies helpless. They couldn't find a good excuse to attack in such a short time. Even in this world, on the surface, one had to pay attention to the word reason. Otherwise, if one clan dominated, it would easily lead to the retaliation of the other orthodoxies, which wouldn't be good for long-term stability, unless one was strong enough to face all the orthodoxies alone. However, if that was the case, why not dominate the entire upper realm? Young master, have you been well recently? Then, the surroundings of the supreme peak quietened down, and a cold voice sounded in the void. Yen Ji's figure appeared. Her facial features were picturesque, cold, and moving. During this time, she had been cultivating on the supreme peak, waiting for Gu Changa's return. During the trip to the immortal ancient continent, Gu Changa didn't bring her with him, so she didn't reveal his whereabouts. Quite well. Gu Changa smiled, then remembered something else. He told Yen Ji, "Coincidentally, I have something I need you to do." "Young master, please instruct me." Yen Ji replied with a puzzled look in her eyes. After not seeing Gu Changa for a while, she couldn't see through him anymore. In the past, she could still sense some danger from him. Now, she couldn't even sense the danger. She felt like she was facing a calm and vast sea. This didn't mean that she had become stronger, or that Gu Changa had become weaker. It meant that Gu Changa had become stronger and more terrifying. Yen Ji could only sigh in her heart. No wonder he was young Master Gu. His talent was so strong that it was rare. "It's not a big deal. Actually, I just need you to bring some people to help me find the whereabouts of some people. They have disappeared in a plain world for more than 10 years, Gu Changa said with a smile. At the same time, there was a flash of light in his palm. He exchanged a few boundary-breaking talismans from the system store and gave them to Yen Ji. "Young master, you want to find some people?" Yen Ji was confused, but she didn't ask. As a follower, she didn't need to know too much. "Yes, I want to find some people. I'll ask someone to collect their information and give it to you. If you run into danger in that plain world, it's better to run for your life. If you accidentally lose your life, I'll be sad for a long time." Gu Changa smiled. His words revealed his sincerity and concern for Yen Ji. "Don't worry, young master. I'll be careful." Yen Ji felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Obviously, she was touched by Gu Changa's concern. The boundary-breaking talisman was many times more precious than the boundary-breaking talisman. In the lower realm, the boundary-breaking talisman was a divine item that could forcefully break open the boundary barrier and escape. Gu Changa didn't hesitate to give her these talismans to save her life. Yen Ji was very confident in her own strength of the Great Sage Realm. In her opinion, Gu Changa did this because he was worried about her safety and wanted to give her more protection. Yen Ji naturally felt such a delicate thing. Of course, Yen Ji didn't know that Gu Changa gave her so many boundary-breaking talismans because he felt that this trip would be extremely dangerous. Although Yen Ji's strength was tyrannical, she might also encounter danger. After all, the people she was looking for were Gu Xian-er's parents and grandfather. Back then, Gu Xian-er's grandfather was trapped in a side world because of a matter and couldn't break free. After that, Gu Xian-er's parents led their clansmen to help and disappeared without a trace, leaving Gu Xian-er in the clan's land. This was why Gu Changa went crazy and dug out Gu Xian-er's bones. However, in Gu Changa's opinion, this matter was actually not a big deal and there wouldn't be any danger. According to Gu Xian-er's heaven-defying luck, her parents and grandfather would obviously be safe and sound. She might even benefit from this misfortune and increase her strength greatly. This kind of trick was too normal. Gu Changa knew this very well. However, Gu Xian definitely didn't know. She might even be very worried about this. Therefore, Gu Changa started to set a trap for Gu Xian'er again. If he didn't take this kind of good impression now, what was the point of keeping it? Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly. Not only could he not let Gu Xian'er know about it now, but he also couldn't let the clansmen behind Gu Changa know about it. If he did a good deed, he definitely had to leave his name. However, this name couldn't be exposed now. In Gu Changa's eyes, there was no better candidate than Yan Ji now. Soon, Gu Changa sent someone to find information about Gu Xian or his parents and grandfather and gave it to Yan Ji. After receiving the mission, Yan Ji's figure disappeared and left quickly. All these years, not only did Gu Changa ask Yimei to help him secretly collect cultivation resources, but he also asked her to be in charge of training and nurturing some men of sacrifice. Gu Changa would occasionally appear and go to various places to find talented young men and women to nurture as his secret subordinates. Now he had already sent a message to Yimei, asking her to send some men of sacrifice out to wait at special places and listen to Yanji's arrangements. Gu Changa was very careful in his actions and would not easily reveal the many methods he had. The fewer people knew about Yanji's existence, the better. Time passed, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, not only did Gu Changa leave a mortal ancient continent with his people, but also the other young masters. This was the case for the other young supreme beings as well. They stopped their training and were brought away by the elders. After the immortal gate appeared, many old monsters were alarmed and headed there. Undercurrents were surging in a mortal ancient continent, and it was difficult to continue training. It was better to let everyone return. During this time, many things that happened in a mortal ancient continent quickly spread to all the heavens and even to the other lands, causing a huge uproar. The inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, appeared and fought with Gu Changa. After being severely injured, he disappeared without a trace. The young leader of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Long Tongue, died at the hands of Gu Changa. Gu Changa's reputation among the younger generation had reached an unprecedented height. Whether it was the young taboo level strength or his actions, they were all admirable. Begging for flowers, for a time, many of his fanatical admirers appeared everywhere. Of course, many people were also secretly wary of Yi Ling, wary of this powerful inheritor of demonic arts. Being able to escape from Gu Changa's hands was enough to explain everything. Yi Ling's strength was definitely not something that ordinary young supremes could match. The White Tiger tribe hated Yi Ling to the core, and they still didn't give up on tracking down Yi Ling's whereabouts. This matter also involved the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. As the current heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe, Yimei was almost killed by Yi Ling naturally. She stood up without hesitation and swore that she would kill Yi Ling in this life to avenge her fiancé, Bai Lai, who had died long ago. Yimei's declaration made many cultivators and living beings couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She dared to stand up and face the inheritor of demonic arts. This courage and boldness was really not simple. It seemed that Yimei had been deceived by Yi Ling back then, and a deep hatred had been buried in her heart. Many people recalled that when Yimei was in great danger, it was Gu Changa who stood up and saved her. All these made people even more amazed. Outside the palace of heavenly immortals, many young cultivators who had come to visit Gu Changa had come. Several powerful young supremes wanted to follow him. Gu Changa didn't refuse. Followers were a symbol of identity and status among the younger generation. Young supremes were already the best of their generation and had an invincible Taoist heart. Without even fighting, they had already submitted to others. This kind of thing only showed that their reverence and admiration for Gu Changa was already deeply ingrained. As for suspecting Gu Changa as the inheritor of demonic arts, no one had ever thought about it, and they wouldn't think about it at all. On the contrary, the other young supremes seemed to have some traces of the inheritor of demonic arts, which made many cultivators suspicious and suspicious. On the other side, after Bai Lai's death, the White Tiger clan also took the initiative to cancel the engagement between Bai Lai and Yimei. They went further and further on the road of revenge against the inheritor of demonic arts. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yiling's body had already turned to ashes and was buried in a dry well in the immortal ancient continent. No one could find Yiling. As a result, it made people feel that the inheritor of demonic arts was very mysterious and powerful, which caused a lot of panic. In addition, many problems that had accumulated in the immortal ancient continent also erupted at the same time. For example, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was suppressed by Gu Changa in the immortal ancient continent, and then killed by a girl named Gu Xian. This incident triggered the anger of the Ocean Palace. As the overlord of the Endless Water Clan, the seventh princess's status in the Ocean Palace was needless to say. She was even groomed as the next palace master. Gu Changa's status was so noble that they didn't dare to insult him lightly. But Gu Xian was different. The Ocean Palace had investigated Gu Xian's identity, and after a thorough investigation, they finally found something wrong. Although she was indeed a member of the Gu family, no one could prove it on the surface. On the contrary, there was a grudge between her and Gu Changa in the beginning. This talented Nirvana girl, who was said to be on par with Gu Changa, had a very strange origin. She came from the abandoned land of immortals in the outer region and lived in the wilderness since she was young. This made the people of the Ocean Palace excited, feeling that they had discovered a scandal of the longevity Gu clan. Since the longevity Gu clan didn't admit Gu Xian's identity, then their revenge was a matter of course. Who would dare to say no? After all, the cause of all this was Gu Xian, directly killing the seventh princess's brother first. A life for a life, it was only right and proper. At that time, unless the longevity Gu clan exposed the scandal and admitted Gu Xian's identity, then it would cause a sensation in the world and become the object of ridicule of all orthodoxies. Otherwise, who would stand up and support her? The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Palace? That wouldn't do either. For a time, many powerhouses of the Sea clan came from the distant, endless sea, intending to find Gu Xian to seek justice. In the Tao Heavenly Palace, Gu Changa, who received the news, couldn't help but smile faintly. This is just as I expected, and the Ocean Palace really came at the right time, Yuzichin said. Then he began to move, heading towards the mountain peak where the great elder was, waiting for Gu Xian to return. At the same time, in the immortal ancient continent, in a vast mountain range, a terrifying heavenly aura was displayed as if the world was about to be destroyed. The Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor was determined to escape, heading towards the Dragon Island where the immortal ancient Dragon Clan was. However, he was still caught by Gu Nanshan on the way. He displayed his tyrannical strength, quickly eliminating the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor. Behind him, Gu Xian was led by the Great Elder, following closely behind. Gu Xian's eyebrows jumped a little, and she conveniently looted the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor's property. A prospective supreme ancestor's property is really rich. Gu Xian's beautiful face was full of smiles, having no resistance to treasures at all. At this moment, she was still completely unaware that Gu Changa was setting a trap for her. Although Gu Nanshan was a little envious of those treasures, at this time he was too embarrassed to snatch them in front of his juniors. He had to have the demeanor of a supreme ancestor. Thank you, supreme ancestor. Gu Xian naturally saw the supreme ancestor's reluctant expression, and her eyes couldn't help but curve into the shape of a crescent moon, hurriedly and obediently said. She didn't believe that the supreme ancestor would have the nerve to snatch things from her hands when she was so obedient. Gu Xian was already like this. How could Gu Nanshan not understand that this girl looked cold and quiet, but her heart was full of mischief? He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face and said, "You little girl, why are you treating me like an outsider?" "Supreme Ancestor, you are so kind." Gu Xian smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, looking extremely cute and obedient. Chapter 182. I vented my anger, but it's still not enough. When I think about how I was tricked by that bastard Guchanga, I didn't even have the chance to reject him. That's enough to make me angry. Why is there such an unfilial descendant here? What good does it do him to anger me to death? Looking at Gu Xian'er's smile, Gu Nanshan didn't show anything on his face, but he was full of grievances in his heart. The great elder couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Looking at Gu Nanshan's expression, he actually felt a little happy. As for sympathy, there was no need for that, and it wasn't necessary. Back then, when he was angered by Guchanga, he also looked like this. Guchanga was such a stubborn guy that no one could get anything out of him. When this happened to a junior, he could only sigh. Such a scheming method was really shocking. Even he, who had lived for so long, could not do this. Everything was connected, and no one could find a way to solve it. All right, the trial in the immortal ancient continent is almost over. Follow me back to the family. There are many things that I should explain to you. Soon, Gu Nanshan's face became serious. It was rare for him to be so serious. As the ancestor of Gu Xian'er's bloodline, he naturally had to find a way to restore their bloodline's former glory. Before that, he had to seek justice for Gu Xian'er. Ancestor, is this true? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Gu Nanshan's words, but she felt that it was unrealistic. First of all, would the rest of the Gu family agree? After all, this matter involved the longevity Gu family's reputation. Now, Guchanga was the young master of the longevity Gu family, the successor of the Dao Heaven Palace. How could he be tainted with such a noble status? Most of the elders of the Gu family obviously wouldn't side with her in this matter, considering the big picture. Otherwise, why would she have to wander outside and stay away from the family for so many years? Although Gu Nanshan was the patriarch of the Gu clan and had a powerful cultivation base, his authority in the Gu clan was actually lower than that of the patriarch. After all, who didn't have a few ancestors behind them? If the patriarch had to step in for everything, then there was no need for the patriarch to make decisions in this family. Furthermore, this was the most important point. How did Guchanga react to this? With his personality, would he do something that would harm himself and benefit others? Even if he had some difficulties and secrets, he would not reveal them so easily. In fact, Gu Xian'er had already considered all of this. Therefore, when Gu Nanshan said it first, she shook her head slightly and thought it was impossible. Her current strength was not enough for the Gu family to value her. She could not even be compared to Guchanga. Although the Gu family had a good reputation, everything had to be considered for the long-term interests of the family. Gu Nanshan's decisions and actions were no exception. Don't worry. With the ancestor here, I will definitely get justice for what happened back then. Gu Nanshan's expression froze. He did not expect Gu Xian'er to react so calmly. In that case, his confidence seemed to be lacking. He also knew that with Gu Xian'er's current strength, it would be difficult for the entire family to value her. At most, she would suppress Guchanga and prevent Guchanga from secretly harming her. But this seemed to be useless. From Guchanga's current actions, it seemed that he really did not have any intention of killing Gu Xian'er. This made Gu Nanshan confused. Otherwise, why would he randomly say that Guchanga had some difficulties? Is that so? Since you say so, ancestor, then I will believe you, Gu Xian'er said seriously at this moment. Her sparkling and beautiful eyes said that it would be strange if she believed this old man. Gu Nanshan was a little embarrassed for a moment. He really liked this granddaughter and granddaughter. In his heart, he also felt very guilty. He really wanted to make up for the hardships she had suffered all these years. Guchanga has his difficulties. You have to believe that the family has never had any ill intentions towards you. Gu Nanshan said again. What are Guchanga's difficulties? Gu Xian'er asked. Gu Nanshan shut up. He also wanted to ask Guchanga what difficulties he had. He also wanted to know, but he really did not expect that Gu Xian'er or was not doubting his words. She was very puzzled and asked seriously. Gu Nanshan did not answer. Gu Xian also did not ask. In her opinion, this matter definitely involved a very big secret. It was so big that even the ancestor could not easily say it out loud. Everything had to wait for her to unravel it herself. Gu Changa, one day I will uncover your secret. Gu Xian clenched her delicate fists and swore in her heart. After that, the three of them did not stay. The main purpose of the Great Elder and Gu Nanshan was to protect Gu Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to her. Once the trial was over, all the orthodoxies would rush in. Any of the younger generation who stayed here would be in danger. Soon, the Great Elder waved his sleeve. The void in front of him blurred and a passage appeared. He planned to bring the two of them to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the palace of heavenly immortals. Gu Nanshan was the ancestor of the Gu family. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally had to properly entertain them. However, when the three of them left the immortal ancient continent and returned to the mountain peak where the Great Elder usually cultivated, their expressions froze. A young man in white with a natural expression and sparkling black hair tied up by a black hairband was already waiting there. He had a warm smile on his face and was very elegant. Princess Mingkong, why did you ask someone to stop me? At the same time, in a magnificent ancient city 80,000 miles away from the palace of heavenly immortals in the boundless heaven, high up in the sky, there was a carriage overflowing with light. It was stopped here, surrounded by several figures with powerful auras. A charming and gentle voice came from the carriage. A woman in a red dress sat in the middle. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white fox tails swayed in the void. She was held in the arms of 2 maids. It was Yin Mei. At this moment, she had a demonic and charming smile on her face. At the same time, there was an inexplicable feeling. The coachman outside the carriage was a heavenly god realm expert. However, he had a grave expression on his face. Miss, this group of people is very powerful. It's okay. I think Princess Mingkong is a reasonable person. She won't make things difficult for a weak woman like me. Yin Mei's voice carried a faint smile. It was as if she was not worried at all. In the void outside, there was a terrifying fluctuation that was as vast as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses appeared from all directions and surrounded the carriage. Their divine consciousness swept in all directions. It was extremely powerful. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled. Waves of ripples erupted in the void. The cultivators who were prepared to watch the show from afar could not help but groan. Their chi and blood surged. They were extremely shocked. Then they retreated as far as they could. They did not dare to approach at all. This group of people was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine. You have crossed the line. You shouldn't be so close to him. An aloof and otherworldly beauty stepped into the void. Hearing this, her voice was calm and cold. With every step she took, dazzling lotuses of the great path appeared in the void and bloomed one by one. It was as if there was a silver light that turned into immortal runes and imprinted themselves in the void. It was extremely terrifying. It was Yu Mingkong, who had left the immortal ancient continent. At this moment, her body was shrouded in immortal light. Her face was blurry. Her eyes were deep and calm. Her wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her expression did not change at all. Her eyes were like gemstones. They were indescribably beautiful and could be said to be peerless. When she spoke, there was also the coldness and nobility of a supreme empress. Yin Mei sat in the carriage. She did not seem surprised by Yu Mingkong's purpose. When she saw Yu Mingkong in the Baihang mountain range, she knew that Gu Changa would find out about her relationship with her. In Yin Mei's opinion, this kind of insignificant matter was nothing to Gu Changa. Gu Changa would not care at all. After all, she was just a chess piece. Her position in his heart was far inferior to Yu Mingkong's. With Yu Mingkong's intelligence, how could she not know all this? Hence, Inmei knew that Yu Mingkong would come to her. However, she did not expect that Yu Mingkong would be so fast. She had just left the immortal ancient continent, and Yu Mingkong had come to stop her. Such a forceful and decisive action was in line with the rumors. Inmei also knew that the future empress was very possessive of Gu Changa. She would not allow other women to get close to Gu Changa. Everything that had happened today was the best proof of that. Hearing this, Inmei could not help but smile. Princess Mingkong, you are too overbearing. If the master knows all this, do you think he will be angry? I don't care about this, Yu Mingkong said indifferently. She knew Gu Changa very well. She knew that Gu Changa would not be tempted by Inmei. At most, he would just use her. However, before that, she had to make Inmei understand that she should not have any unnecessary thoughts. Besides, she hoped that Gu Changa would be angry with her. At least, it meant that she had a place in Gu Changa's heart. Yu Mingkong was worried that Gu Changa would not care about this matter. He would neither blame nor ask about it. Oh, it seems that Princess Mingkong and the master had a quarrel? Did they have a conflict? Hearing this, Inmei's smile was a little strange. She sensed that Yu Mingkong's words had a tinge of loneliness and disappointment. She was born with a gift for controlling these small emotions. That was why her acting skills were flawless. At this moment, Inmei noticed Yu Mingkong's hidden emotions. She suddenly understood. No wonder when Gu Changa left the immortal ancient continent, Yu Mingkong was not with him. It seemed that the two of them had a conflict in the Baihang mountain range, and the problem was very likely to be with Yu Mingkong. At first, Inmei was very envious of Yu Mingkong. In this world, Yu Mingkong was definitely the first girl who could be treated like this by Gu Changa. But now, she seemed to see a faint glimmer of hope. She did not want to be a chess piece in Gu Changa's hands. She also hoped that Gu Changa would really look at her. How do you know? Suddenly, a terrifying divine light appeared in Yu Mingkong's eyes. It turned into a bright moon mark, containing a terrifying divine power. Of course, I can see it. Inmei smiled. At this moment, she was not as afraid of Yu Mingkong as before. So what if her power and influence were not as good as Yu Mingkong's? Her use to Gu Changa now could not be replaced by Yu Mingkong. At this moment, as long as Yu Mingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to kill her. Yu Mingkong was also afraid that Gu Changa would hate her, and this was the chance she could take advantage of. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yu Mingkong said coldly. As a person who had been reborn, she would not take Inmei seriously. She showed up just to warn her. No, if you kill me, Master may not blame you. But Princess Mingkong, you have to think carefully. From now on, you may not be able to enter Master's heart. Have you thought about the consequences? Inmei said with a smile. At this moment, she chose to confront Yu Mingkong directly. Are you threatening me? Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became extremely deep and cold. Her aura surged as if she could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a wave of her hand. A vixen actually dared to provoke and threaten her. This was something that she had not expected at all. Most importantly, what Inmei said was the thing that Yu Mingkong was most worried about. No, I'm just explaining everything to Princess Mingkong. Inmei shook her head. Of course, if you don't kill me, Princess Mingkong, you have to be careful in the future. There are many things that I can help Master with, but you can't. Let's see who gets Master's heart first. Inmei did not care about Yu Mingkong's coldness and murderous aura at all. She was not weak at all. Now that she had grasped Yu Mingkong's weakness, she naturally had to make good use of it. In her opinion, these words just happened to poke Yu Mingkong's heart. Ha, ridiculous. However, to Inmei's surprise, Yu Mingkong did not look angry. Instead, there was more ridicule in her eyes. You want to win Gu Changa's heart? Yu Mingkong's voice was very calm, but there was a faint mockery and contempt in it. She did not take Inmei's words seriously. She was never worried that Gu Changa would be tempted by other women. She just felt jealous and uncomfortable when she saw that there was another woman beside him. Even if she knew that Gu Changa was pretending to be like that, it was not his true self. She would be the same. No one knew Gu Changa better than Yu Mingkong. In her opinion, Yin Mei's confidence was a kind of ignorance and a dream, so Yu Mingkong did not care about Yin Mei's rude words just now. However, from your words, I understand a principle. It's better to let go than to block. We have to find the root of everything, instead of trying to change everything now. Yu Mingkong said. At this moment, she had already gotten the answer she wanted. She would not give up her purpose, and at the same time, she would not do anything meaningless at this time. Even if she was reborn, she would not be able to stop Gu Changa. So why not use another method? What does Yu Mingkong mean? Yin Mei asked, frowning. She directly called Yu Mingkong by her name. She did not know why Yu Mingkong was so sure that she could not win Gu Changa's heart. She did not believe it. However, Yu Mingkong did not answer Yin Mei's question. She left this place and waved her jade-like hand. All the powerhouses in front of her turned into divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing from this place. They did not continue to stop her. If you can really do it, perhaps it's not a bad thing. Yu Mingkong's voice came from afar. Why? Yin Mei was stunned for a moment in the carriage. On the shore of the boundless sea, Dongli ancient city, there was once an ancient family here that had existed for millions of years, from the past to the present. They had experienced prosperity, decline, retirement, and revival, becoming the overlord of this place. Unfortunately, a few years ago they had offended the divine sect of the Taichu sect, and many powerhouses had taken action. This ancient aristocratic family was completely wiped out. The original address was now a desolate ruin. The traces of the fire spread all the way. Broken walls and overgrown weeds were everywhere. The broken corners and bricks showed the prosperity of the past. The scene was very bleak. The cultivators passing by occasionally took a look, and there was no lack of sighs in their eyes. Sigh. Back then, the ancient Sun family was so powerful. No one dared to refute a word they said in Dongli ancient city. They were an existence that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Now, not even a trace of them can be found. The Taichu demonic sect wreaked havoc everywhere. It was terrifying. This kind of power was destroyed, just like that. Many old people sighed. However, no matter how powerful a family is, there will be a time when it will fall. Who told them to offend a power they shouldn't have offended, and offend someone they shouldn't have offended? 4. 2. The people on the side also sighed. Shil, lower your voice. There are some things that can't be said. Have you forgotten what happened to the Feathermen clan in the immortal ancient continent? Be careful with your words. A person immediately shivered and said. Thinking of that news, they couldn't help but shut up, fear in their eyes. At this moment, a wave of crashing sound suddenly came, like a huge wave rushing into the sky. This sound was incomparably loud, sounding from a distant place. It came from the boundless sea. All the cultivators in the ancient city heard this loud sound. Many figures flew through the air, looking towards the source of the sound. Hiss! Seeing the scene, everyone's face was full of shock, sucking in a breath of cold air. That was originally the immeasurable sea, the territory of the sea race. Occasionally, the sea race would come with sea goods. But today was different. There was a large number of warships rushing over, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying fluctuations came from afar. A huge blue flag fluttered in the wind. The Ocean Palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Ocean Palace led a large number of sea race, coming from the immeasurable sea. Some people immediately associated it with what happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Ocean Palace's 7th princess was killed by a young girl named Gu Xian. Could it be that the Ocean Palace was angry because of this matter? Did they plan to come for revenge and seek justice? Soon this news spread quickly. For a time, it resounded in all the ancient cities of the immeasurable heaven, causing a huge sensation. At this time, on the peak of the Tao heavenly palace, clouds and mist surged, and the mountain wind blew. Everything seemed ethereal and distant, like a paradise on earth. "Oh, great elder and ancestor are back!" Gu Changa, who was drinking by himself at the stone table, felt the movement. With a smile on his face, he stood up to receive them. The void was blurred and a passage appeared. 3 figures walked out from it, their expressions different, but none of them had a good expression. Why was Gu Changa waiting here so early? Gu Xian'er's small face, which had a satisfied smile, froze. For a moment, her big eyes were full of anger and confusion. Chapter 183. Gu Xian'er was confused. What was Gu Changa doing here instead of staying at his Wushang peak? He had stirred up a hornet's nest in the immortal ancient continent. Was he going to leave the mess behind and not care about it? Gu Changa, why are you here? It didn't take long for the Grand Elder to snap back to his senses. Stepping out of the void, he flicked his sleeves and asked. He had never been kind to Gu Changa, no matter if it was in the past or now. He admired him, but he could not agree with Gu Changa's methods. Their cultivation philosophies were completely different. Gu Nanshan's expression was not very good either. However, because Gu Xian'er was beside him, he had to pretend to admire Gu Changa. This made him even more sullen and depressed. Of course, I am here to wait for the great elder and the ancestor to return. At the same time, I want to see if Xian'er has been slacking off. Gu Changa said with a smile. His figure was slender, his skin was like jade, and his robe was wide. When he spoke, he was noble and natural. Xian'er, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. I am very pleased. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Xian'er, who was secretly moving back. If someone was not familiar with him, they would definitely be charmed by his handsome and elegant smile. However, Gu Xian'er was not. Her expression was cold and indifferent. At the same time, she rolled her eyes slightly in her heart. She did not believe that Gu Changa would be so kind to visit her. It was very likely that he was secretly scheming something. Gu Xian'er clearly remembered that she had gone to visit Gu Changa out of goodwill. However, not only did he not appreciate it, he even humiliated her severely. At the same time, she was also forced to be involved in the attack of the Featherman tribe. In Gu Xian'er's little notebook, this debt was clearly recorded. He was waiting for the day when he would find Gu Changa to return it with interest. What? Are you still blaming me because of what happened that day? I'm doing this for your own good. If you lack experience at such a young age, it'll be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. When I was your age, I had already killed my way into the boundless sea alone. Unlike you, you can't handle the princess of the ocean palace. Seeing Gu Xian'er's expression, how could Gu Changa not guess what she was thinking? He immediately revealed a faint smile and spoke with a natural and amiable expression. As he spoke, he shook his head. His words were quite sincere and serious, as if he was a brother who was thinking for Gu Xian'er. Hearing these words from 21, even Gu Nanshan, the great ancestor, was stunned. He thought that since Gu Changa and Gu Xian'er were arch-enemies, it was already good that they didn't fight each other when they met. Why did it seem like they were on good terms now? Could it be that he was mistaken? Or that Gu Changa had already solved the problem? Thinking of this, he suddenly understood a little. No wonder Gu Xian'er didn't have any hatred or murderous intent towards Gu Changa. It turned out that Gu Changa had already solved it. For a moment, Gu Nanshan was a little relieved. His anger towards Gu Changa and his desire to teach him a lesson had also faded a lot. This junior still had some tricks up his sleeve. In that case, it was actually quite good. Gu Changa, don't put on an act. It would have been better if Gu Changa didn't say it. Once he said it, Gu Xian'er became angry. It was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. He was really deliberately angering her. Gu Xian'er, was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't hold it in any longer. At that moment, she secretly gritted her teeth and stared at Gu Changa. In her crystal-clear, beautiful eyes, there was a chilly air. It was as if there were many ice blades that wanted to pierce through him. Just a moment ago, she was still in a good mood and smiling. This trip to the immortal ancient continent could be said to be a fruitful one. But in the blink of an eye, her small face was covered with ice, like an iceberg that would never melt. You don't understand your elder brother's good intentions now. Gu Changa shook his head and said with a little regret and disappointment, Ancestor, can you suppress Gu Changa's cultivation? I want to have a fair duel with him and tear his mouth off. Hearing this, Gu Xian said coldly. She felt that Gu Changa was deliberately angering her. Xian, don't tell me you think that with the ancestor backing you up, you've become arrogant again? Gu Changa laughed lightly, as if he didn't put Gu Xian in his eyes at all. His tone was casual. This expression made Gu Xian gnash her teeth in hatred. She thought of the previous times when she was brutally suppressed by Gu Changa. Xian, cough. I'm afraid you misunderstood Changa's good intentions. At this moment, Gu Nanshan also coughed slightly. From the current situation, Gu Xian, and Gu Changa's grudges had mostly been resolved. As the ancestor, he naturally wanted to see such a situation. Even if he didn't like Gu Changa, he couldn't really let the two of them fight at this time. So he quickly stopped Gu Xian. To be honest, even he, the ancestor, couldn't see how strong Gu Changa was. Who knew how many trump cards Gu Changa had? If Gu Xian really fought with Gu Changa, with her current ability, she definitely wouldn't have the upper hand at all. Ancestor, aren't you on my side? Why are you always partial to Gu Changa? Gu Xian was a little angry. In front of Gu Changa, she couldn't be as indifferent as usual. I'm doing this for your own good, Gu Nanshan said helplessly. Listening to the words of the two, Gu Changa's smile didn't change. He raised his hand and raised the cup, bringing the wine to the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he somewhat understood. Sure enough, as he expected, even if Gu Nanshan was angry with him now, he couldn't do anything to him. After all, Gu Nanshan wasn't stupid. At this time, would he tell the truth to Gu Xian, and ruin the current situation? On the contrary, in order to maintain the current situation, Gu Nanshan might have to find a way to assist Gu Changa. For example, now, Xian, if you don't believe me, you can go outside and ask around. What is the Ocean Palace doing now? Thinking of this, Gu Changa's eyes flashed a strange color, and then he said with a slight headache, The Ocean Palace. Gu Xian was slightly stunned, and many scenes flashed through her mind. Many were actually blurred, but one scene was particularly clear. The sky was dark, and the ground was dark, and the murderous intent was boundless. Gu Changa descended from the sky and stood in front of her. Gu Xian just realized that she had personally killed the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent. Although it was Gu Changa who suppressed the 7th princess, it was she who killed her. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame. The Ocean Palace would not let this go. Now, if the Ocean Palace wanted revenge, they would definitely come for her. Gu Changa was not stupid. At that time, he didn't kill her. He threw the burden on her and then left. You're right, the Ocean Palace will definitely come for me, for revenge. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded. With her current status, the Ocean Palace would not put her in their eyes. However, if it was Gu Changa who killed the 7th princess, the situation would be different. The Ocean Palace would not dare to easily retaliate against Gu Changa. So why did Gu Changa do that? What was his purpose? At this time, I'm afraid the Ocean Palace is already here. Xian, don't waste your brother's good intentions, Gu Changa said again. Is what he said true? Gu Xian was silent, a little puzzled. In that case, it seemed that Gu Changa intended to trick her. But why did he not help to save her when he saw that her life was in danger? But in the end, let her personally end the seventh princess's life? Gu Changa did not do it. From Gu Xian'er's point of view, there were two possibilities. 1. Gu Changa simply wanted to see her in trouble. He thought that the trouble was not big enough. He wanted her to offend the Ocean Palace, but he did not want to offend the dead Ocean Palace. But with Gu Changa's temperament, was there any power in this world that he did not dare to offend? So the other possibility was that Gu Changa was too arrogant. He was obviously worried about her safety, but he pretended to be high and mighty. And all this, as Gu Changa said, was deliberately arranged by Gu Changa to train her. She shook her head and threw all these thoughts out of her mind. Gu Changa's good intentions? Why did he want to train her? He helped her become stronger, and then she could defeat or even kill him to avenge the loss of his bones. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. Could it be that Gu Changa's ultimate goal had always been this? It had to be said that Gu Xian'er was at a loss at this time. If this was really Gu Changa's goal, in her opinion, it was extremely stupid. It did not seem like something Gu Changa would do at all. Gu Changa saw that his goal had been achieved. He smiled and said to the great elder, "Changa came here this time to discuss something with you when you return. Why are you waiting for me to return?" The great elder asked with a frown. "Of course, to discuss the recent events with you. If I remember correctly, you promised to protect the various clans in Immortal Ancient. Now that this passage is open, so many orthodoxies from the outside world have come, and they have already destroyed the peace and stability in Immortal Ancient continent." Gu Changa smiled and did not care at all about the great elder's gloomy face. "Don't think that I don't know that the culprit behind all this is you. Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me." The great elder interrupted him coldly. Gu Changa smiled and said, "It's useless to talk about this now. The appearance of the Immortal Gate has shaken the world. Great elder, do you really want so many old antiques to come? It's not impossible for the various clans in Immortal Ancient to be destroyed today. As long as the various clans in Immortal Ancient are not unified, the chaos in Immortal Ancient continent will not stop. For Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, isn't this an opportunity?" He said patiently with an expression that said, "Even if you know my purpose, what can you do to me? Don't even think about it. My Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace will not interfere in any power struggle. This has been passed down since ancient times, and it will not be broken." The great elder's face darkened. Gu Changa's intention was clear. He wanted to use this opportunity to dominate Immortal Ancient continent and unify the various clans in Immortal Ancient. However, Gu Changa said it very tactfully. What did he mean by an opportunity for Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace? Gu Changa was the successor of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He wanted to use the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's name to make the various clans in Immortal Ancient submit to him, just like the Featherman clan. The great elder had lived for countless years. In an instant, he understood Gu Changa's goal. Gu Changa did not plan to hide this. He smiled and said, "Great elder, don't be in such a hurry to reject my request. Speaking of which, you still owe me a favor, right? Did you forget? At the end of the day, Xian'er is still a member of the Gu clan. If the great elder really intends to do what's best for her, then please consider my words carefully. In fact, I don't want to use that favor to force the first elder." At this point, it was already very clear. No one present was a fool. Gu Nanshan could not help but sigh in amazement. He had underestimated Gu Changa's courage. At the very least, Gu Changa was the first person to say this to the great elder. Gu Xian'er had a bad feeling when she heard Gu Changa drag her into this. "Gu Changa, what are you planning now?" She stared coldly at Gu Changa. Gu Changa ignored her clamor. He sat down on the stone chair with a smile on his face. "The wine is already cold." "What a pity!" He shook his head slightly. He did not keep Yin by his side. She was very good at warming wine. The great elder's expression froze. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Are you threatening me?" "No, How would Changa dare to do that? Great elder, don't accuse me so easily. Gu Changa smiled. He did not admit to this at all. Humph! The great elder could not help but snort. If Gu Changa did not have this motive, why would he mention Gu Xian's name? Moreover, now that he mentioned that favor, he was saying that if he did not agree, Gu Changa would use that favor. This was an overt scheme that he could not refuse. Gu Changa is really ruthless. He is really good at scheming. Gu Nanshan naturally knew about this from Gu Xian. Back then, the great elder made a bet with Gu Changa. In the end, he lost a favor. At the same time, he gave the position of successor to Gu Changa. Today's scene made him sigh in admiration. What kind of person was the great elder? But he was also firmly controlled by Gu Changa. He did not have any room to refute. In an instant, his heart calmed down. Being schemed against by Gu Changa did not seem to be a difficult thing to accept. Great elder, please reconsider. Xian's current status is very awkward. As her master, even if you don't think for her, you have to think for Tao, Heaven, Immortal Palace. After all, you don't dare to unify immortal ancients' various clans, but I do. Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face as he continued to speak. At the same time, he also threw out his final motive. Gu Changa, don't use me to threaten my master. It's useless. Gu Xian's brows stood up. Her small face was cold. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Gu Changa and kill him hundreds of times. Saying such words in front of her, wasn't it the same as using her to threaten the great elder? She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. In Gu Xian's opinion, she had already seen through Gu Changa's thoughts. She did not believe that Gu Changa would do anything to her. This is the first time this old man has seen someone threaten others so elegantly. Gu Changa, you are quite capable. The great elder's eyes were deep as he spoke in a low voice. Vaguely, in his eyes, the world was in turmoil and the scene of great destruction. He was truly angry. Great elder, even if you are angry, it is useless. After all, you still owe me a favor. If you plan to bully the young, I believe the old ancestor will not sit by and watch, right? Gu Changa was still as calm as before. However, towards the end, he looked at Gu Nanshan with a smile. Before he had the confidence, he naturally would not say such words. Now that he knew Gu Nanshan's attitude, what else was there to care about? Your tone is too arrogant. How can a young man like you rule over all the clans in Immortal Ancient? Even with your status, it is still not enough. The great elder was silent for a moment before he sighed. That is not important. Gu Changa smiled faintly. This is not something great elder needs to consider. This old man can agree, but you must swear on your Tao heart that from today onwards, you will not use any methods to harm Xian. In addition, you must acknowledge Xian's status. Only after a long moment of silence did the great elder open his mouth. There was a clear look of struggle on his face. It was clear that this decision was one he had hesitated for a long time. After all, he had promised the ancestors of Immortal Ancients various clans that he would protect their clans. However, the situation was already set in stone, and Gu Changa was pressuring him. The great elder could only helplessly make a choice. However, before this, he had to obtain Gu Changa's guarantee. Meanwhile, this guarantee was naturally Gu Xian's safety. Gu Xian was very likely to be his final disciple. The great elder was a generous and upright person. Gu Xian's greatest enemy was Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa's current attitude was unclear. Even he did not know what Gu Changa's goal was. Master. When Gu Xian heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He even forgot to glare angrily at Gu Changa. She did not expect that the great elder would actually compromise with Gu Changa for her sake. This moved her heart greatly. A wave of warmth flowed through her body. In reality, she felt that there was no need for this. It was very likely that Gu Changa was just casually talking about her. Why do you all always harbor such deep malice towards me? When he heard the great elder's words, Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He had a helpless expression on his face as he spoke. Honestly speaking, the great elder's words were exactly what he wanted. After all, Gu Changa did not have any killing intent towards Gu Xian, or from start to finish. The great elder and the others were purely on guard and vigilance against him. This kind of request was like asking for nothing. However, Gu Changa would not explain anything. His actions giving others this kind of feeling was actually very normal. Gu Changa, then do you agree or not? Seeing that Gu Changa was silent, the great elder's expression turned solemn as he asked again. If Gu Changa did not agree to this request, then he definitely would not agree to Gu Changa's request. At this moment, Gu Xian also looked at Gu Changa. In her flawless eyes, there were ripples like waves. Hidden within them were some small emotions that only she knew. In fact, she also wanted to know Gu Changa's attitude towards her. The great elder's words were also a test for Gu Changa. Gu Xian was a little nervous. Chapter 184. She was actually very worried that Gu Changa would reject great elder's request. If that happened, all her previous speculations would be overturned. Great elder's words were actually to protect her. Gu Changa's thoughts were unfathomable, and no one could fathom them. Right now, he did not have any ill intentions towards her. But who knew if he still had many hidden motives? Who could be sure of what would happen in the future? At this moment, Great Elder, Gu Xian and Gu Nanshan all looked at him. Gu Changa had already thought of an excuse in his heart. His expression did not change as he smiled slightly and said, "Great Elder's request. Please forgive Changa for not being able to agree so easily." Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed immediately. Gu Xian, small face seemed to have drained of blood in an instant. She was a little pale. Her body trembled. She gripped the corner of her skirt so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Gu Changa said this because he wanted to get rid of her quickly? Gu Changa, you, Great Elder's expression turned cold. If he could not swear on his Tao heart, it meant that Gu Changa did indeed have ulterior motives towards Gu Xian. He could not do anything that would not harm her. How could he trust Gu Changa? Gu Changa did not seem to hear Great Elder's words as he continued to speak. However, when Gu Xian heard him, his tone became incomparably cold. Great Elder, don't you think this request is too much? You want me to swear on my Tao heart that I will not harm my enemy in any way. Doesn't that mean that in the future I can only wait for death and let this enemy take my life? If it were you, Great Elder, would you agree to such a request? Gu Changa smiled faintly. At this time, he naturally had to control the right to speak. This matter. Great Elder frowned. It was my oversight. He neglected one thing. If Gu Xian wanted to kill Gu Changa in the future, then what would Gu Changa do? Could it be that he could only wait for death to arrive and allow himself to be captured? This was obviously impossible, unless Gu Xian also swore on his Tao heart and was willing to let go of all hatred. He shook his head. This was even more unrealistic. He only thought about protecting Gu Xian and completely forgot about Gu Changa. This was a guy who refused to suffer any losses. Gu Xian finally realized what was going on. This request was too much for Gu Changa. With his personality, he would definitely not accept it. If it was her, she would swear on her Tao heart that she would never hurt her enemies in the future. Was she willing? Unless there was something wrong with his brain, or rather, that enemy had a special meaning to her. After thinking it through, she also understood, but she still felt a little disappointed. Did Gu Changa still see her as an enemy? Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the three, Gu Changa opened his mouth again and said seriously, "However, since this person is Xian, then this request. I can agree." What? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned for the first time, and her eyes widened slightly. She could not believe her ears. She even suspected that she had heard wrongly. Gu Changa said so much, but in the end he actually chose to agree? He actually agreed to such a ridiculous request? Did he really intend to keep her as a threat and let her go in the future? For a moment, all kinds of complicated emotions welled up in her heart. Joy, happiness, excitement, bitterness, as if a condiment bottle had been broken. It was a total mess. I knew Changa had his own good intentions. Gu Nanshan quickly said. Gu Nanshan quickly reacted and said, although he was also very puzzled as to why Gu Changa would agree, it did not prevent him from saying so. He praised Gu Changa for doing the right thing. In terms of the family's righteousness, this was naturally the situation that they wanted to see the most. As long as Gu Changa agreed not to hurt Gu Xian, then everything would be easy. Of course, Gu Nanshan did not know that behind Gu Xian, there were actually a few masters with terrifying cultivation and an unimaginable origin of the peach tree. Gu Changa had considered all of this. He would not take his life lightly. Since you said so, then I hope you can keep your promise. You should be clear of the consequences of breaking an oath of the Tao heart. The great elder came to his senses and nodded his head with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that he had misjudged Gu Changa. Although his actions were demonic, he had not reached the point of insanity. Could it be that there was more to the matter of digging out the bones? Great elder looked at Gu Xian, who was stunned. There was a strange light in her eyes. He shook his head. It seemed that he had to pick a time to tell her about this matter. Innate demonic nature? Great elder was pondering this matter. At first, he was not interested in it, but now he really wanted to understand everything. Then Gu Changa said with a calm expression, "Can Great Elder rest assured now?" Even if Gu Xian wanted to kill him, Gu Changa could easily suppress it. He was not afraid of Gu Xian stirring up any trouble. Besides, how could Gu Xian want to kill him now? As for the oath of the Tao heart, Gu Changa did not feel that it would be useful to him. Was there a lack of things that he had sworn on the Tao heart? If swearing was useful, why would he go back on his word? I hope you will not disappoint me. Great Elder nodded. Then I will trouble Great Elder with the matter of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Gu Changa said with a smile. Great Elder's appearance represented the attitude of the entire palace of heavenly immortals. When the time came, Gu Changa would appear again, with his identity as the successor of the palace of heavenly immortals. He did not believe that the immortal ancient dragon tribe would not submit. As long as he controlled the immortal ancient dragon tribe, it would be much easier to control the entire immortal ancient tribe. Gu Changa had a huge appetite. He would not be satisfied with just this. His current target was only the immortal ancient tribe. Soon, he would infiltrate the other orthodoxies of the immeasurable heaven. When he could truly control the entire immeasurable heaven, that would be the time for him to show his claws to the entire upper realm. Soon, Great Elder's figure disappeared. He went to the immortal ancient continent again. Since he had promised Gu Changa, he would do it. Xian, are you very moved by me now? At this time, Gu Changa looked at Gu Xian, who was still in a daze, and could not help but ask with a smile. Gu Xian did not need to answer. In fact, he already knew the answer. In the system's notification, he received a large amount of fate points from Gu Xian. Who's moved by you? You're up to no good. Gu Xian could not help but stare at him and take a few steps back, keeping a distance from him. She was trying to hide the fact that her heart was beating so fast. That's good. Gu Changa's smile disappeared and became calm. Remember what I said to you. Don't have any other feelings for me. The one who will regret it in the end will be you. Gu Changa, don't talk nonsense. Who has other feelings for you? With her thoughts exposed, Gu Xian was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She glared at him fiercely. This was the second time that Gu Changa had said this to her. The first time, it might have been an accident. But the second time, what did that mean? At this moment, Gu Xian even had an illusion that Gu Chang'e had already seen the future. She was just overjoyed, but now she was very irritated. Chang'e! Seeing that Gu Nanshan was about to speak, Gu Chang'e's eyes flickered. He then smiled and spoke first. Grand Ancestor, don't worry. Acknowledging Xian Er's identity is actually very simple for me. It's just a matter of a sentence. Gu Nanshan nodded and kept quiet. Although he was the Grand Ancestor, he could not force Gu Chang'e to do something he did not want to do. After all, Gu Chang'e was now the face of the Gu clan. He was also the young master and could not be humiliated. If he, the Grand Ancestor, were to announce Gu Xian Er's identity to the world, then the Gu clan's reputation would be ruined and they would become the laughingstock of various orthodoxies. He still had to consider his reputation and could not do such a thing easily. So now Gu Nanshan wanted to know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Gu Chang'e, I don't need you to prove my identity. I don't care. Gu Xian was still rude to Gu Chang'e. Then I'll wait and see how the Ocean Palace retaliates against you. How about it? Gu Chang'e asked casually. Since she was so arrogant, he wouldn't spoil her. The Ocean Palace was a chess piece that he had schemed against until now. Naturally, it was time to put them to good use. Of course, if Gu Xian continued to be stubborn, Gu Chang'e would let her know what a real beating was. You! Gu Xian secretly ground her teeth. How could she not be afraid if the Ocean Palace did not have a lot of people and a deep foundation? Gu Chang'e rarely looked down on people. At most, she would escape back to Peach Village. No matter how strong the Ocean Palace was, could they control the Sea Clan and kill their way there? Stop fooling around and be obedient. I have specially prepared this opportunity for you. You should be the little princess of the Chongqing Gu family, the apple of everyone's eye. This is your rightful identity. At this time, Gu Chang'e looked at her and said with a gentle smile on his face, Gu Xian. I had never seen such a gentle Gu Chang'e and was stunned for a moment. Her little brain was buzzing, and she didn't hear his last sentence clearly. Only the words "stop fooling around" echoed in her mind. Gu Xian suddenly felt that her face was very red, like a cooked crab at this moment. The news of the many Sea Clan masters of the Ocean Palace setting off for the ancient Dao Lap city soon shook the entire boundless heaven, attracting countless cultivators and creatures to come and see. As an ancient force that had ruled the boundless sea for countless years, the power of the Ocean Palace was absolutely unquestionable. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very wary of them and would not easily provoke them. This time, the female disciple of the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace had killed the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators thought that the Ocean Palace would be angry and force the Dao Lap's palace to hand over the female disciple. Gu Xian Er's identity was now no secret in the boundless heaven. Her surname was Gu, but she was not recognized by the Chongqing Gu family. This meant that Gu Xian was very likely to be an abandoned member of the Chongqing Gu family and was expelled from the clan. However, she killed the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators felt that the Chongqing Gu family would not go against the huge and ancient Ocean Palace for a disciple who was expelled from the clan. This was not a wise move, and the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace was very likely unable to protect Gu Xian. No matter how strong he was, he could not compete with a supreme force. The entire Dao Lap's palace would not become enemies with the Ocean Palace for a disciple. Therefore, when the Ocean Monarch Palace drove many ancient warships and rushed over aggressively, many people had expected the situation. Some were complicated, some were regretful, some felt pity for the girl, whose talent was said to be so strong that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Chang'e. The Ocean Palace, obviously, just wanted an explanation. Therefore, they did not choose to go to the Chongqing Gu family, but to the Dao Lap's palace. Rumble. At this time, thousands of miles to the east of the Dao Lap's ancient city, there were mighty warships that covered the sky and the sun with an astonishing momentum. A terrifying aura swept over, shaking the heavens and earth. The many creatures of the ocean palace, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, came from the deep sea. Blue runes soared into the sky like a large blue sea. Their eyes were full of murderous intent as they rushed toward the Dao Lap's palace. It seems that the ocean palace is coming with great force. A forced confrontation is inevitable. In order to seek justice for their seventh princess, they are furious. The younger generation was not as strong as others and was killed. Do they still have the face to seek justice? The cultivators next to them could not help but frown. They felt that the ocean palace's behavior was shameful. You can't say that. When the background is similar, that is called a fight between the younger generation. You are a nobody with no background. You offended the other geniuses. Can that be called a fight? You are courting death, another cultivator sneered. Yes, it is quite real, the other sighed. But I heard that the situation at that time had little to do with the girl surnamed Gu. Instead, she was hunted down. In the moment of danger, the young master of the Chongqing Gu family, Gu Chang'e, appeared. Seeing his family being bullied, he suppressed the ocean palace's seventh princess in anger. Then the girl killed the ocean palace's seventh princess and made a big enemy. Yes, it is a pity for the girl surnamed Gu. Apart from the great elder, no one would protect her. The longevity Gu family did not react to such a big commotion from the ocean monarch palace. In the ancient cities, there were cultivators discussing. As they spoke, they rushed into the sky and turned into divine rainbows. They followed behind, intending to watch the show. They did not know the many secrets of the Chongqing Gu family, nor did they know that Gu Xian'er was surrounded by many powerful cultivators. No matter how strong the ocean palace was, they could not do anything to Gu Xian'er. Regarding this point, Gu Chang'e was well aware of it, but that did not stop him from using the ocean palace as a chess piece. It was obvious that Gu Xian'er was a force to be reckoned with. Rumble! Tens of thousands of sea creatures and the clouds in the sky were covered. Their terrifying power could be heard from millions of miles away. They appeared outside the palace of the heavenly immortals. Hand over the murderer! Palace of the heavenly immortals. Hand over Gu Xian'er. Justice for the seventh princess. They were all shouting loudly, their voices shocking the heavens. Above the ocean palace's warship, a blue-haired general appeared. He was of medium height, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. Palace of the heavenly immortals. Hand over Gu Xian'er. He was the great commander of the Sea Clan. He also shouted, intending to force the palace of the heavenly immortals. The death of the seventh princess had angered the Ocean King. The Sea Clan in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were affected and punished by the Ocean King. Now, the blue-haired general stood out, holding a blue halberd, showing a terrifying aura. The surging power of a supreme saint was vast and boundless. It turned into an unparalleled supreme Saint Dharma body standing in the sky. It covered the sky and was extremely terrifying. Its eyes were like a lake, covering the sky in an instant. The rune rules turned into a long chain, entangling the halberd in his hand. The terrifying power of a supreme saint was earth-shattering and unmistakable. Countless cultivators and creatures saw and felt it with their own eyes. They all widened their eyes and could not breathe. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Supreme Saint Dharma body. The ocean palace is really angry. They even sent out such a super powerhouse. The cultivators were all frightened. Their faces were pale as they retreated to a safe place. If a battle broke out then, a supreme saint's attack, even the aftermath, was far beyond what they could withstand. They would be directly destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. This is a supreme saint. Many elders of the palace of the heavenly immortals were also shocked at this moment. Facing this terrifying power, even their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked. Their cultivation bases were merely at the saint realm. Facing a great saint, only death awaited them. The Grand Elder has not returned to the palace of the heavenly immortals. What should we do now? Should we ask the other old monsters? Their expressions became very serious for a moment. They were not aware of the many grievances between Gu Xian, and Gu Chang'e. At this time, they still thought that if the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could stop the supreme saint of the Ocean Palace. Even their palace master's cultivation was only at the absolute saint realm. Gu Xian, is the Grand Elder's disciple. The Ocean Palace is so aggressive that they would not dare to be too presumptuous. Just as the expressions of the elders and disciples of the palace of the heavenly immortals changed. In the sky, a divine rainbow crossed, and then a slender figure appeared. She was beautiful, her dress fluttering, and her bare feet were whiter than snow as she stood in the void. It was Gu Xian. Her small face had a calm expression. Facing the mighty and terrifying creatures of the Ocean Palace outside the mountain gate, she was not afraid. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. "I'm here," Gu Xian said lightly. For a moment, the heavens and the earth were silent. Many cultivators and creatures looked at her in shock. They did not expect that she would dare to take the initiative to appear at this time. There were tens of thousands of creatures of the Ocean Palace in front of her, and many masters were hidden. There was a supreme saint in front of her. Where did Gu Xian get her courage and confidence from? The longevity Gu family did not say anything. The Grand Elder did not appear, and the palace of the heavenly immortals also chose to remain silent. Her figure, standing there, seemed to be very thin. "Little girl, you have guts. You know that you are here to die. You can avoid some torture." The great commander of the Sea clan looked coldly at Gu Xian, and said lightly. His words seemed to have sentenced her to death. "Do you know how the 7th princess died?" Gu Xian's expression was calm and cold as she asked lightly, "How did she die?" The great commander's expression turned cold, and he frowned. The tens of thousands of Sea clan behind him were also furious. They did not expect Gu Xian to dare mention this matter. This made them furious, and they wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Xian into pieces. "Because she bullied me." Facing the hatred and anger of all the Sea clan creatures, Gu Xian looked very calm as she said so. The great commander was furious. He did not expect that at this juncture no one dared to stand up for him, and Gu Xian still dared to provoke them. There was no one else who had the ability to court death. He suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure turned into a giant golden palm. The Tao patterns and supreme saint precepts on it shone, as if it had the power to crush everything. The void trembled and shattered. However, at this moment, a pill shot out, and a terrifying light bloomed from it. A sword light slashed out from within, completely shattering the heaven's expanse Grand Commander's aura. Then, Gu Chang'e walked over unhurriedly from the void. At this moment, an endless amount of immortal qi surrounded him, and his aura rose infinitely. A phantom of a great path battle body slowly appeared behind him. "You are a supreme saint, but don't you think it is beneath your status to deal with such a little girl?" He smiled faintly as he faced the terrifying might of this great saint existence head-on. It was not that Gu Chang'e wanted to show off, but he needed the right time. The Ocean Palace was asking for trouble, so he naturally wanted to make the scene bigger. That way, it would cause a greater commotion. Gu Xian remembered what the great ancestor Gu Nanshan had just said to her, telling her to be bold and stand out. With the great ancestor, who could kill a quasi-supreme with one palm by her side and many powerful trump cards at hand, Gu Xian was naturally not worried about her own safety. so she walked out without hesitation. But she did not expect that the great ancestor would not make a move, and instead it was Gu Changa who stood in front of her like last time. Is this his intention to admit my identity to the world? Gu Xian looked at Gu Changa in a daze. Her glassy eyes did not blink. Chapter 185. Young Master Gu? What do you mean? Are you going to protect her at a time like this? Gu Changa's appearance not only made the heavenly expanse Grand Commander's expression change, but also made the other cultivators and living beings widen their eyes. Many people knew one thing. Gu Xian and Gu Changa didn't have a good relationship. There was a conflict between the two. This had been the case since Gu Xian had joined the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Now, Gu Changa stood up at a time like this. Was he going to support Gu Xian? This scene stunned many people. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. They were shocked beyond words. All the disciples and elders of the Tao Heaven Palace were shocked beyond words. They guessed that someone would stand up for Gu Xian at a time like this, but they didn't expect that person to be Gu Changa. Those who had cultivated in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace should know one thing, and that was to never get too close to Gu Xian, as that would only anger and provoke Gu Changa. Therefore, Gu Xian didn't have a single friend in the entire Tao Heaven Palace. At this time, they were looking at the young man in the white robe high in the sky. Many young female disciples came up with all kinds of scenarios in their minds, and their eyes became very strange. They were suddenly envious of Gu Xian. You're asking me what I mean? Gu Changa seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and his tone suddenly became cold and arrogant. Do you still not understand at a time like this? Xian is a member of the Gu family. I can bully her, but you can bully her, so you can die. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened, and the mighty sound of ancient warships came from all directions. From the supreme peak, ancient purple-bronze warships appeared one after another. They were incomparably tall and ancient. Majestic demonic chi and killing intent filled the sky. Rumble. The many cultivators of the primeval divine sect stationed here drove the ancient warships here and sealed off the void 8,000 miles around the Tao Heaven Palace. Terrifying divine radiance flowed about the ancient warship, interweaving there as well. It was as if a stellar river was converging. In the sky, the great path Dharma body behind Gu Changa also made a move. It was so big that it seemed to be able to encompass the sky and overturn the universe. Facing a supreme saint, it didn't show any fear and directly descended. On the surface, he was only at the void god realm, but he was going to attack a supreme saint. This scene was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Was this too arrogant? Directly ignoring the terrifying pressure of a great saint and brazenly making a move? Young Master Gu Yu, for Gu Xian, do you really intend to fight with my clan? The heavenly expanse, Grand Commander's face. He became very angry. Gu Changa's sudden attack was completely beyond his expectations. Moreover, the surrounding 8,000 miles were all sealed off. This was the Taichu Divine Sect's 8,000-mile seal, which could trap cultivators and kill them all. It was obvious that Gu Changa was determined to kill them. Boom! Facing Gu Changa's attack, the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander naturally didn't care. With a wave of his hand, Supreme Saint Precept suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, turning into a huge millstone and erasing it. The difference in cultivation between the two could be described as one was the sky and the other was the earth. No matter how terrifying Gu Changa's talent was, it was impossible to make up for such a big gap. But what made the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander feel incredulous was that Gu Changa was going to attack the Ocean Palace for Gu Xian. This meant that the two orthodoxies had shed all pretense of cordiality, and it was likely to usher in the most terrifying battle. It was true that the Ocean Palace was afraid of the longevity Gu family. Therefore, They picked a soft persimmon to target Gu Xian, intending to seek justice for the seventh princess. Otherwise, how could they hold their heads high among the orthodoxies? They knew that the biggest reason why Gu Xian, could kill the seventh princess was because of Gu Changa's intervention. But was Gu Xian really worth it? From what the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander knew, Gu Changa should be happy. Why would he stop them? This made him extremely angry, but at the same time puzzled. Why do I feel a little touched when I know that this guy's words are infuriating? When Gu Xian heard Gu Changa's words and saw him standing in front of him, he felt extremely relieved. This scene was very similar to that time. In the immortal ancient continent, facing the mighty living beings of the Ocean Palace, Gu Changa also appeared like this. This time he was even more direct, speaking to everyone in a domineering and overbearing manner. Although it was more likely that Gu Changa was just putting on an act. But at least he did do that. Actually, this is all part of his plan. He didn't kill the seventh princess himself, just to attract the anger of the Ocean Palace today, to create such a big commotion, to attract the attention of all the forces in the immeasurable heaven, and then to build momentum for me. Gu Xian thought to herself. She was not stupid. Combined with what Gu Changa said before, she instantly connected the dots. Now, how could she still hate Gu Changa? His emotions were complicated to the extreme. Why not? Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled calmly. I can use today's momentum to let the world know. Xian is my sister and the little princess of the Chongqing Gu family. All these years I have let her down and I have always felt guilty, but I didn't have the chance to make it up to her. But if the Ocean Palace dares to bully her, so what if I destroy the Ocean Palace today? His words were not loud, but they reverberated between heaven and earth. Like a sudden clap of thunder, countless creatures and cultivators were shocked and speechless for a long time. No one had expected such an outcome. Many orthodoxies who knew the truth were shocked. In their opinion, Gu Changa would never do such a thing. Once the incident was exposed, not only Gu Changa, but also the Chongqing Gu family would be disgraced. Gu Changa, did he really want to do this? And destroy the Ocean Palace? What kind of courage and strength was this? As expected of Gu Changa, these words came out of his mouth, but it did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it was very natural. Let everyone feel his tyrannical and invincible strength. Gu Changa, Gu Xian, was once again stunned by Gu Changa's words. Looking at him, was he really going to tell the world about the bone-digging incident? This would not benefit Gu Changa at all. If he wanted to admit his identity, he could have done it in a different way. Gu Changa, why are you so stupid now? This is not like you. Gu Xian could not help but murmur. Her crystal-clear eyes were dazed. Destroy the Ocean Palace, young Master Gu, you sure talk big. Since you want to side with this little girl, then don't blame me. The Ocean King has decreed that Gu Xian must be captured today, and justice must be served to the seventh princess. Hearing this, the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace said coldly with an ashen face. The terrifying great sage aura swept across the sky, causing the void to tremble and the stars to move. He brought tens of thousands of Sea clan members here. If they fled because of Gu Changa's oppressive words, where would the Ocean Palace put their face? Don't forget, there were so many cultivators and creatures nearby who were watching the show. Everything that happened today would definitely spread to all realms in a sensational way. At that time, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. In the distance, many cultivators and creatures' expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly left, knowing that there could be a great battle that could overturn everything. It was hard to imagine. Who does the Ocean King think he is? Today, I will say it right here. Whoever dares to touch Xian, the Gu clan will annihilate their entire clan. No one will be left alive. You can also doubt the authenticity of my words, if you really dare to try. Gu Changa stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he just smiled faintly, playing it down, and was very contemptuous and indifferent. The Ocean Palace seemed to be tyrannical, but compared to the hidden power behind Gu Xian, it could only be regarded as experience points at most. If the Ocean Palace really intended to kill Gu Xian, then the masters behind her would definitely not let it go. How could there not be hidden power behind a master of that level who had reached this step? Gu Changa's choice to stand up, no matter how one looked at it, was the most beneficial to him. At this time, from Gu Changa's words, everyone could not help but hold their breath, feeling the terrible deterrence and murderous intent. Even the ruler of the Ocean Palace was nothing in Gu Changa's mouth. This made all the creatures of the Ocean Palace furious, glaring at him, wanting to kill Gu Changa. They who were used to being strong in the boundless sea had never suffered such contempt and humiliation. This was no longer a simple provocation. The young master of the Gu clan is as strong and confident as always, not even putting the Ocean Palace in his eyes. But he does have the capital. Looking at today's younger generation, who can really stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not to mention other things, just this courage, how many people can compare to him? Talking and laughing freely, he can contend with the great saint realm of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators could not help but sigh. The elders and disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were also silent. Then people began to appear, standing behind Gu Changa. After all, Gu Changa had another identity, the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. In today's situation, his actions had truly won the admiration of many of the elders, giving rise to feelings of admiration for a younger generation member. If only I had such a brother. Many girls were fantasizing in their hearts, their eyes full of splendor. They were very envious of Gu Xian. Was Gu Changa going against the entire Ocean Palace for her? Ha! Funny. Young master of the Gu clan, you are too arrogant. The Ocean Palace's decree is this. So what if you have the ancestor of the Gu clan behind you? Do you really think you can contend with my clan? The foundation of the Ocean Palace is far beyond your imagination. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace smiled coldly, full of indifference and ruthlessness. He knew everything that had happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Featherman clan's quasi-supreme existence was slapped to death by an ancestor of the Gu clan. So, just in case, he carried a decree of the Ocean King. That decree was not a simple thing, but something that the Ocean King had refined for a long time, containing his full power at his peak state. Even if the ancestor of the Gu clan stood in the supremacy realm, they could still contend against him, not to mention that behind them was the incomparably huge, intertwined Sea clan. Since ancient times, they were the most prosperous clan with the most people. When the time came and the War of the Immortals broke out, they would not necessarily be afraid. If the Ocean Palace wants to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Gu Changa smiled faintly at this, his hands behind his back. As his words fell, there was a rumbling and terrifying aura between heaven and earth. The various ancient worships of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were densely packed with runes, emitting divine light. Following his orders, they were preparing a terrifying attack that seemed to be able to sink heaven and earth. The divine sect of the Taichu sect and the Gu clan had always been connected. This was not a secret in the entire upper realm. The dazzling brilliance was extremely dazzling, condensing and intertwining, like the divine light of the Taichu sect, enough to blast everything into ashes. How dare you! Seeing this scene, the expression of the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace changed abruptly, and he shouted loudly. He was furious, and a huge palm that blotted out the sky pressed forward. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and the sky trembled, covering everything. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire ancient Tao domain city. At this moment, not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even many old antiques who did not know about this and were in deep slumber were awakened. The power of a supreme saint is truly terrifying enough to overturn everything, an old man said with a heavy expression. In the current era, a supreme saint was already so powerful that it was invincible. After all, quasi-supremes were the hidden forces of the various clans and orthodoxies. Every time they came out of seclusion or woke up, they had to pay a huge price. How could they be seen on a normal day? Will of the Taichu sect be with me? Seeing this scene, Guchanga's eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke. With his true strength as a quasi-saint, there was still a possibility that he could fight against this supreme saint with many methods. But he couldn't reveal it now. Therefore, Guchanga thought of another way. The secret method of the Taichu sect. It just so happened that many Taichu warships were gathered in all directions, and he could use all of these forces. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to control it, and their bodies and primordial spirits would explode. But Guchanga would not. His true cultivation level was already much higher than his current level. When the time came, no matter how incredible his performance was, he could use his talent to get away with it. In the next moment, runes gathered from the ancient purple-bronze warship into an ocean and fell towards Guchanga. It was like a field of starlight receiving everything. The great path Dharma body suddenly became vast and surging, majestic and terrifying. Guchanga's aura kept rising. He shook his finger, and when he raised his hand, wisps of sword chi bloomed like a peerless immortal sword. They clanged and spewed out sword light as thick as a mountain ridge. With a rumble, it seemed to move mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, enough to cut down the stars in the 33 heavens. Sword will crisscrossed, turning into sword chi that was thousands of feet long, cutting towards a huge palm. In just an instant, terrifying fluctuations erupted there, as if countless stars had exploded together. The void exploded, and endless light soared into the sky. What? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Heaven's Expanse Palace commander. He actually felt that his palm was blocked, and some sharp sword will penetrated through. This is the secret method of the Taichu demonic sect. I didn't expect Guchanga to have a method to fight against a supreme saint. Many of the older generation cultivators were shocked. They recognized the method that Guchanga had used just now. It was to borrow the power of the Taichu warships in all directions. Otherwise, with Guchanga's strength, it would be impossible for him to resist the attack of a supreme saint. Only a few disciples of the Taichu divine sect could master this secret method, because if they didn't control it well, they would face the situation of exploding. Guchanga's strength had risen to the point where he could fight against a supreme saint. This made the hearts of countless people tremble, especially the younger generation. Their eyes almost popped out. As expected of a young taboo, an ordinary young supreme saint would never be able to withstand this power, not to mention controlling it. Is this the terrifying gap between a young taboo and a young supreme saint? The gap between us and Guchanga is so big that we're not on the same level. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Guchanga had done all this through trickery, it was enough to show his strength. Even if they had the chance, they might not be able to do it. After all, not everyone could be Guchanga. A supreme saint is nothing more than this. How dare you seek justice? Guchanga said, casually, as if he didn't care at all about taking the attack of a supreme saint. This meant that he was only short of saying, "Is that all a supreme saint can do?" But since you want justice, I'll let you know today. What is justice? He continued, "You've gone too far, little brat. Gu Xian, killed the people of the Ocean Palace first, and a life for a life. Guchanga, even if you're strong today, are you still unreasonable?" Hearing this, the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace was livid. He was so angry that his veins were throbbing. It was the first time he had seen someone so rude and unreasonable, regardless of the reason. To put it bluntly, he was not afraid of the Ocean Palace at all. He didn't even care about a supreme saint. Arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable. in the territory of the heavenly palace of immortals. You just have to remember one thing. What I say is justice. Now that I said, I asked Xian to kill the seventh princess, then I killed her. What can you do to me? It was about time to draw hatred. A strange look flashed in Gu Changa's eyes, and then a faint mocking voice sounded again. There was an even more terrifying coldness and strength. Hum! At the same time he waved his robe, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky. It was as if hundreds of millions of swords were launched at the same time, clanging. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the scene, and an indescribable feeling circulated. There was an extraordinary and invincible demeanor on him. Gu Changa, Gu Xian was also stunned. She didn't know how much truth Gu Changa's words contained. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. At least now, Gu Changa really stood in front of her and did everything he said. The Ocean Palace is just SOSO. They saw that Gu Xian was a pushover, so they bullied him. Now I'm afraid they can't back down. In the end, Gu Changa's attitude is too strong, so the Ocean Palace doesn't dare to make a move. Many cultivators were shocked and then speculated and speculated. At this moment, Gu Changa raised his palm, and hundreds of millions of sword light descended from the sky, standing in front of the people of the Ocean Palace and the so-called invincible Great Saint Realm. It was a kind of bearing that even if there were thousands of people, I will go forward. Those who admired Gu Changa before were now full of fanaticism. Gu Changa, you have to think carefully. Once you fall out with us, what you did in the past, aren't you afraid that the world will know? Gu family's reputation will be tarnished? Does the Gu family dare to admit it? A cultivator of the Ocean Palace shouted, his eyes flashing with killing intent and hatred. He couldn't help but shout, "Poof!" But hearing this, Gu Changa turned his head and stared at him. A sword light slashed, directly cutting his body and spirit in half. The sword was so fast that even the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace couldn't react. The explosion of the sword light instantly broke through the sky, illuminating the distant starry sky. Countless cultivators felt a chill all over their bodies. They were extremely shocked and stared at the scene with wide eyes. Try saying one more word, Gu Changa said lightly. At the same time, a strand of dazzling sword light that seemed to be able to cut through time and space erupted from his finger bone. Silence, destruction, horror. No one could accurately describe the divine power contained in this sword light. It was as if even a true immortal could fall under the sword. Without beginning or end, it was difficult to find cause and effect. You. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace's expression suddenly changed, and his spirit was a little frightened. Then the murderous look on his face became stronger, but he knew that there was a Gu family ancestor hiding in the dark, so he didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, you don't have to pretend to be a good person, Gu Changa, he said with a cold laugh. What did that person say just now? What did Gu Changa do in the past? Could it be that there really is some secret? It seems that there should be some hidden grudges between Gu Xian, and Gu Changa. In the distance, many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. They were extremely shocked. They had caught the words of the powerhouse from the Ocean Palace just now. Could it be that because of this sentence he had attracted the disaster of death? What was going on? Would it even cause the Changshen Gu family to lose face? It had to be said that this sentence caused doubts to arise in everyone's hearts. Many of the cultivators who vaguely understood some of the secrets also changed their expressions for a moment. If this kind of thing was revealed, it was equivalent to offending the Changshen Gu family. No one dared to speak rashly. For a moment, many people's expressions changed when they looked at Gu Changa, as if to see what he would say. Gu Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. In this matter, she was completely a victim. Once it was exposed to the world, the Gu family would definitely lose face, just like what the Ocean Palace said. She still had deep feelings for the Gu family, so she chose to hide this matter and not make it public. Now, Gu Changa's actions, in Gu Xian'er's view, were very likely to confess to what he did in the past. As the young master of the Gu family, if he did this, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't find any reason to hate Gu Changa anymore. What's there to not dare to admit to what happened in the past? If you want to pretend to be a good person, you need to have the confidence to do so. At this moment, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gu Changa couldn't help but reveal a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. For this moment he had planned for a long time. He had kept the great path bone that was no longer useful to him in order to wait for this day. At this moment, Gu Changa exchanged for a Transcendence bone from the system store, replacing the great path bone's position. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. It was done by me alone. I'm not as shameless as you people to put all the blame on the Gu family, he said slowly. I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to return this bone. As he said this, Gunanshan, who was hiding in the dark, and everyone else looked on in shock and horror. The dazzling sword aura gushing out from Gu Changa's finger bone suddenly rose, and then fell. With a poof, it pierced through his own chest. Dazzling blood splattered out, and there was an astonishing intertwining of divinity. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. Chapter 186. Uft! The sword light pierced through the front and back bones. It was accompanied by a glaring blood. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a strange chanting sound. In the void, golden lotuses bloomed, and endless sounds of Tao began to reverberate. Divinity surged, and there was even a fragrance that filled between heaven and earth. Every drop of blood was sparkling and translucent, as if it was the divine blood of an ancient deity. It was resplendent and mysterious, able to illuminate one small world after another. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Gu Changa to suddenly do this. Self-mutilation? He actually cut open his own body? Many cultivators were even more confused about what Gu Changa had just said. Return bones? What bones? Was Gu Changa's action planning to dig out his own bones? Many people did not react. Even the face of the great commander of the Ocean Palace froze in an instant. The mocking expression froze on his face, and he was in disbelief and shock. Gu Changa, Gu Xian'er's voice trembled a little, and her beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like hands gripped the corner of her skirt tightly, and her heart followed suit. She thought that Gu Changa would personally tell the truth, but she did not expect his actions to be even more ruthless. He directly dug out her bones and returned them to her. At this moment there was a buzz. Her mind was blank. She watched all this with her mouth open, and did not even know what to say. She stood in the air blankly. I really did not expect this. He actually dug out her bones and returned her sister. This guy is so ruthless. He did not even hesitate. It seems that he had expected all this long ago. The powerhouses of the Supreme Forces, who secretly knew about the secrets of the Gu family, felt their hearts beat violently at this moment. They felt a strong sense of danger from a junior like Gu Changa. This was fear and apprehension. Dug out her bones and returned her sister. I did not expect Gu Changa to really do it. If he knew this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. However, it's good that this matter is out in the open. The family has indeed let Xian'er down. What does a mere rumor mean? Even in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to speak ill of the Gu family. Gunanshan sighed, but the way he looked at Gu Changa was much gentler. At this time, even he felt that the events of that year were just as Gu Xian'er had guessed, that there was some unknown secret. At this moment, Gu Changa's voice still resounded in the world. He was stating a fact. He reconstructed the events of the past without adding any details. He simply and straightforwardly confessed everything. In the end, paper couldn't wrap fire. Sooner or later, this kind of thing would be known by the whole world. especially since he was forced to say it out loud. He might as well take the initiative to confess. As long as the initiative was in his hands, everything would never be out of his control. And who said that this matter would definitely have a negative impact on him? Gu Changa continued. This piece of bone was originally Xian Er's. Back then, when her parents were out when she was young, I took the opportunity to steal it, causing Xian Er to wander outside for more than 10 years. I have let her down in this matter. Today, in front of the whole world, I will give her justice. His expression was very calm, and his voice was also very calm, but there was a strange look in his eyes. This sword light pierced through everything, and it was still making clanging sounds. At the wound, there was a dazzling brilliance intertwining. Bright runes appeared and pulsated, sparkling and mysterious, vast and mysterious, holy and otherworldly. As Gu Changa said all this, a secret of the past surfaced and was made public. So, there was such a secret between Gu Xian Er and Gu Changa. This is too unbelievable. It's unbelievable. If Gu Changa hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known. Rumor has it that Gu Xian Er is a Nirvana supreme martial artist. So this is the truth. Speaking of which, Gu Xian Er is really pitiful. At such a young age, her bone of Tao was dug out by her own cousin. Yes, at such a young age, she endured everything that she shouldn't have. Gu Changa is too much. She was supposed to be the pearl in the palm of the Gu family, but all these years she has been wandering outside, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the world. It's not easy. Previously, many young women were envious of Gu Xian Er. They felt that they were very envious that she had a brother like Gu Changa to protect her, but they didn't expect Gu Xian Er to have such a tragic life. Now that Gu Changa had confessed all this, was he planning to compensate Gu Xian Er? At this time, everyone was stunned. Men and women, old and young, as well as living beings of all races, were stunned. Those who knew about the secret of the past were also silent. Gu Changa had taken the initiative to confess everything that happened back then. This was beyond their expectations. Frankly admitting all this and personally doing it, to dig out the bone to return his sister, made them even more frightened. He was cruel to others, but even more so to himself. If it were them, they would definitely dig out their own bones so calmly. Just thinking about it made them shudder. But this was the Gu family's private matter. How it was resolved had nothing to do with them. But after today, Gu Changa's reputation and prestige would be greatly damaged. As the most dazzling existence of the current younger generation, he was incomparably brilliant, and his strength had reached the level of a young taboo. If there was a word to describe Gu Changa before, it would be perfect. But now, this perfect man had a stain that couldn't be erased. More than 10 years ago, how old was Gu Changa? He actually did such a thing as killing his own clan. Now, under his jade-like and otherworldly appearance, there was actually a ruthless and heartless heart. Now, even if he tried his best to make up for it, to make up for his guilt towards Gu Xian Er, it would be difficult to erase that stain. This would accompany Gu Changa for the rest of his life. Many proud daughters of heaven who admired Gu Changa felt that their world had collapsed at this moment, and their vision turned black. In their eyes, Gu Changa was perfect. He was like jade, and his son was unparalleled. How could he have done such a thing? Impossible. All of this is impossible. This is fake. They muttered to themselves. For a moment, they couldn't accept it. Gu Changa, don't say any more. What happened back then is all in the past. At this time, Gu Xian Er, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came back to her senses. Her voice was cold, but it was mixed with an uncontrollable tremor. Her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that her emotions were very complicated at this moment, and she was doing her best to keep herself calm. Her mind was in a mess. It was buzzing, as if there were countless flies flying around. But at this time, how could she be calm? Since you dared to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? This bone has been used by me for so many years, and now it's time to return it to you. Guchanga looked at her and said calmly, Guchanga, stop. I already have a new bone. You don't have to return that bone to me. Guchanga's face suddenly turned pale, but his eyes were very calm, like a bottomless lake. Gu Xian, Er's voice trembled, and she couldn't control herself. She moved, wanting to stop him. Back then, in front of the palace of heavenly immortals, Guchanga had already been stabbed by her, and he had almost died. Even that bone of Tao had almost shattered. From Gu Xian, Er's point of view, the grudge between the two of them was more or less settled at that time. Now, Guchanga wanted to return her bone of Tao, which was something she didn't expect at all. She didn't want Guchanga to do this. She felt that there was no need at all. The grudge between the two of them was already settled. Boom! But Guchanga's movements were faster than hers. Things had already come to this, so how could he stop? Splat! The blood was even more dazzling. He pierced through the wound on his own body. The blood, which was rich with divinity, flowed down his palm. It was incomparably dense in the dense divine light. Then, Guchanga's face suddenly turned pale. He frowned, and with a strong force he directly tore it out. A 5-colored ball of light appeared in his palm. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled because a dazzling and sparkling bone burst forth with a strange Tao sound. All the cultivators could even feel the aura of the Tao intertwining. This bone was very extraordinary. It directly activated their own Tao techniques. That's that bone. What a terrifying talent. It can actually affect the momentum of heaven and earth. I dare not imagine. The bone of Tao. This is Guchanga's innate divine ability. No wonder it's so powerful. This bone has always been Gu Xian Er's. Many cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they felt the shocking and surging aura of the Tao. Their Tao techniques even began to circulate and were faintly breaking through. What did this mean? That bone of Tao could help them cultivate and affect the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder Guchanga is so powerful. It turns out that he has always been using his sister's bone of Tao. He's just a person who deceives the world. After digging out his bone and returning it to his sister today, he will no longer have his glory. With this bone of Tao, I can also become that strong. The bone of Tao is so powerful. No wonder he made such a choice back then. Now that he has no choice, he finally revealed the truth. Haha! The taboo of youth was only obtained by using his sister's bone of Tao. In secret, the younger generation was secretly excited and incomparably jealous of Guchanga. At this moment, they couldn't help but be sarcastic. They felt that Guchanga would definitely lose a lot of cultivation and battle strength after digging out this bone of Tao. Their chance to rise had come. Of course, there were also experts in the dark with blazing eyes staring at the bone of Tao. They could feel the surging power hidden within. If they could fully comprehend the innate patterns and various mysterious runes, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly and usher in a great leap forward. Those who want to snatch this bone can also try. At this moment, Guchanga looked incomparably weak. His face was pale, and there was no lack of smile on his face as he held the bone of Tao in his hand. His elegance did not diminish, and he was extraordinary. The bright red on his white clothes was a ghastly sight. This scene made many women unable to bear to watch. Their hearts trembled as they looked away. The tens of thousands of creatures in the ocean palace stood majestically in the sky. At this moment, they were also silent and felt a sense of fear. A ruthless person like Guchanga made them uncontrollably fearful, even fearful. The Grand Commander in front of him was pale. At this time it was already beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this matter to threaten Guchanga, but Guchanga's actions made him tremble uncontrollably and feel cold all over. This was definitely not something an ordinary person would do. This young man was too terrifying. This bone of Tao, I'll return it to you now. Guchanga had a smile on his face. The bone of Tao was wrapped in endless runes and fell towards Gu Changa. Gu Xian'er's fingers trembled slightly as she caught the bone, which still had Gu Changa's blood on it. But she was stunned in place, suddenly at a loss. Gu Changa's sudden actions left her at a loss. Gu Xian really did not expect that Gu Changa would really dig out this bone of Tao, and that there was a familiar aura in it. That was the Tao bone that belonged to her. It was once born in her body and had all kinds of innate runes that belonged to her. All this time, the thing that motivated her to cultivate hard was to defeat Gu Changa and take back everything that belonged to her fair and square. But now, she had not defeated Gu Changa. Gu Changa had returned everything that belonged to her. This made Gu Xian feel lost, as if she had lost her goal. She actually no longer hated Gu Changa as she did in the past. Now her feelings towards Gu Changa were very complicated. So complicated that even she could not explain it. There are some things that you can't covet. And suddenly, Gu Changa's voice rang out, making Gu Xian look up and stare at him in a daze. An inexplicable sense of peace flowed in her heart. Gu Changa was clearly such a bad person and exuded a scheming aura. But why was he so nice to her? Oh no! Gu Changa's words sent a chill down the backs of many cultivators who were looking at the Tao bone in the dark. They felt as if they were suddenly targeted by some terrifying existence. A shocking chill enveloped heaven and earth. Gu Changa indeed wanted to let some ignorant people know that even without the Tao bone, it would not affect him at all, without deterrence. Otherwise, it would be very boring if some clowns kept jumping out to court death. Buzz! His gaze swept across the building. Divine light appeared in his eyes. Black and white runes condensed, and then, with clanging sounds, crossed the void and slashed out in an instant. The void trembled like a piece of paper. It was as if a peerless, immortal sword had been unsheathed. The sword intent was boundless and could split the heavens. It was so fast that it sent chills down everyone's spine. Many people even felt a deep and vast sense of antiquity, as if 6 mysterious ancient wells had appeared. This sword light broke out of the scabbard from the ancient well. The divine light was hidden in it, as if it was connected to another world of the dead. Ah! It was accompanied by a series of terrified screams. In that building, many cultivators who were looking at Gu Xian, eyes Tao bone with burning desire revealed fear and despair. They wanted to rush away quickly. However, this sword qi came too quickly. It was as if it had pierced through time and space. The sword light swept past their glabella. With a buzz, a pile of withered bones was instantly left behind. Even their true spirits were destroyed. A gentle breeze blew, and the pile of withered bones instantly turned into ashes. Hiss! Even now, Gu Changa is still so domineering. How terrifying! It's just a gaze. The methods of the young master of the Gu family are definitely not as simple as this Tao bone. Young people can't be humiliated lightly. This scene made many people shiver in fear, their souls trembling. This was their fate for having thoughts that they shouldn't have. I still advise you to put away those unnecessary thoughts. The road to the netherworld is long, and there's no other way to go. As Xian'er's elder brother, I will make it up to her one by one. You don't have to worry about this matter. However, if you want to interfere in the private affairs of the Gu family, then this group of people will end up the best. Asking for fresh flowers, Xian'er has suffered enough. If anyone still dares to touch her, then wait for me to come and exterminate them. Buzz! Gu Changa glanced in all directions and said calmly. Combined with his pale and bloodless face, he gave off an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Everyone in the distance lowered their gazes. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes. At this moment, no cultivator from any orthodoxy or major sect dared to say anything. Gu Changa personally explained what happened in the past, and even dug up the bone to return his sister. No matter what happened in between, Gu Xian couldn't bear to hate him. Now he had shown his great courage, which made people tremble. Not to mention that this was the private affairs of the Chongqing Gu family. Even the expression of the great commander of the Ocean Palace in front of him changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The justice that the Ocean Palace wants today, then how about I give it to you now? Gu Changa's mouth had an inexplicable meaning, and he suddenly laughed. His injuries were healing quickly, and a strong divine light bloomed from his blood. Streaks of divine light connected his injuries, as well as the bones that were torn by him, and were quickly healing. The terrifying and surging aura of life was like a vast and exuberant galaxy. At this time, Gu Changa's mind also rang with the sound of the system's notification. Ding! You have resolved the hatred of the daughter of fortune, Gu Xian. You have gained 8,000 luck points and 40,000 fate points. But he didn't care. After all, this was what he had expected. Gu Xian had now resolved the hatred, and was not far from the final point he wanted. And today's events were already a pleasant surprise. Xian is the heaven's pride of the Chongqing Gu family. What the Ocean Palace has done today, in my opinion, is already a provocation to the Chongqing Gu family. Ancestor, what do you think? Gu Changa opened his mouth, showing a calm smile, and even made people feel that he was weak when he dug out the bone. It was as if the person who dug out the bone was not him. All these years, Gu Changa has been using Gu Xian's bone. His own talent and means have never been shown in front of the world. In other words, Gu Changa actually has another powerful means. The aura just now seems to involve the rules of reincarnation. Many experts in the dark whispered, and their eyes were full of shock. Not good. The great commander of the Ocean Palace's expression changed dramatically when he heard Gu Changa's words. He immediately took out the Ocean King's decree. Buzz! This Ocean King's decree was incomparably huge, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted a vast aura. The word kill on it was like a small golden sun, instantly filling the sky. My king, please protect us. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he kept growling and knelt down in front of this golden decree. Everyone looked at all this in shock. Above the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, there was a golden decree suspended. The aura of a supreme expert filled the air, and the divine chains of runes intertwined, soaring into the sky, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Vaguely, it seemed that a supreme existence was about to descend here. Humph, you're courting death. Accompanied by a cold snort, in the void, a dark-faced old man appeared. It was Gu Nanshan. Today, all of you will stay here. He glanced at the golden decree and said coldly. Tens of thousands of sea clan creatures were terrified to the extreme, as if they were facing a brilliant heavenly power. They could not help but kneel, and their legs went soft and they fell to the ground, including the many elders of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and even the old antiques who were alarmed by the Supreme Sage aura. Their expressions changed slightly. Gu Nanshan's current strength was not weaker than Gu Changa's at all. He directly attacked. In that palm, stars rotated, as if many stars were being destroyed. It was terrifying to the extreme. Buzz! Heaven and earth spun, and suddenly it turned dark. Many large stars trembled in the sky, as if they were about to fall. An incomparably huge palm fell from the sky, pressing down on the sea clan creatures in front of it. Warships, flying boats, and even mounts exploded under this pressure, as if they were turned into fine powder, and instantly disappeared into thin air. The Gu clan's patriarch has made his move in the end. Oh no, this attitude is already very obvious. The Longevity Gu clan intends to directly destroy all the sea clan people here. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked. They also felt the aura of this invincible, heavenly power. Rumble. A terrifying anomaly appeared under this palm. The sky trembled and the earth collapsed. The sea of blood was endless, and immortal corpses floated up and down. accompanied by a horrifying sound. All the Sea Clan creatures were crushed under this palm. Their warships were broken, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Gu clan has gone too far. Bullying the young with your age, don't you have any shame? At this time, accompanied by an angry and dignified voice, a sea dragon that seemed to be made of dark immortal gold spread its wings and soared, emerging from the golden decree. A crack appeared in the void, like a piece of paper. Its eyes were like two small suns, and its body was surrounded by black divine fire, bursting with dazzling divine light as if it could burn and incinerate everything. On its back sat a terrifying and blurry figure, surrounded by chaotic energy, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding an emperor godly sword. "My king, save me." The heavenly expanse, great commander's face, was full of despair, but suddenly he saw hope. Whoosh! The sea dragon swooped down, and the figure of the Ocean King on it had a cold and fierce look in its eyes. Its power was monstrous, like an invincible existence, and it was about to rush toward Gu Nanshan. It's not the ocean palace's turn to be presumptuous in front of the Gu clan. Gu Nanshan's expression was cold, and he quickly moved to destroy the golden decree. He paid extra attention to the heavenly expanse great commander, and he suppressed it with his supreme ability. With a punch, it was as if the world was superimposed on each other. No, the heavenly expanse great commander was in despair. No matter how he resisted, it was impossible to escape from an attack of this level. The difference was too great. In the next moment, it exploded, and its body and soul were destroyed. A supreme saint fell without even the slightest bit of resistance. This terrified the rest of the Sea Clan. "Stop!" The Ocean King was furious and unleashed his most terrifying ability. Billions of light beams burst forth. Suddenly, the heavens cried, and the earth mourned, and the sun and moon dimmed, as if they had arrived in ancient times. A terrifying battle that caused everyone to tremble broke out. No matter how far away the creatures were, they couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, and even their souls were suppressed. In the end, no one could see the battle clearly. It was accompanied by the Ocean King's earth-shattering roar of indignation. Only the golden decree was reduced to fragments, falling from the sky and turning into ashes. The tens of thousands of Sea Clan creatures were all annihilated here, and no one survived. Gu Changa ordered the powerhouses of the divine sect of Taichu to seal 8,000 miles of the sky, and he had already set up an inescapable net. After the matter was over, what happened here was spread out immediately, and it shook the entire immeasurable heaven, and even spread to the other heavens. All the orthodoxies who heard the news trembled. Chapter 187. On this day, in front of ancient Tao Celestial City, all the powerhouses of Ocean Palace were annihilated. Only the wreckage of ancient warships remained, as well as some remnants of terrifying auras, describing the horror of that great battle. The news quickly spread like a boulder smashed into the deep sea, setting off huge waves. The cultivators who witnessed everything were so shocked that their scalps went numb. Thinking back, they still felt chills all over. Even the powerful Ocean Palace did not gain any advantage in the end. Instead, they completely offended the Longevity Gu clan. In some ways, they even shed all pretense of cordiality. Many cultivators even had a premonition that the situation in Boundless Heaven would change horribly. That day, the golden decree covered the sky, as if a punishment from the heavens was descending. The phantom of the Ocean Palace's Ocean King appeared in person, but it could not change anything. In the end, even his decree was turned to ashes by the Gu clan's ancestor. The Longevity Gu clan let everyone know how terrifying and powerful they were. No one could humiliate them. In the following period of time, the news quickly spread throughout the ancient city of Tao Celestial. No matter which cultivator or orthodoxy it was, they could not sit still. They were deeply shocked. No one expected that such a secret past would be exposed in the end. Whether it was what Gu Changa said that day, or Gu Xian'er's origin and tragic childhood experience, many people were shocked. The commotion caused by this matter was no less than that caused by the appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts and the killing of many young supreme beings. Some people even felt that Gu Changa's ruthlessness in some aspects could even be compared to the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, such opinions were quickly drowned out by all kinds of noise. After this incident of digging up the bone as a child, Gu Changa's reputation indeed fell by a lot. His perfect image in the hearts of many young people was also stained. This made many young people unable to believe and accept, but it was the truth. Gu Changa did it himself, said it himself, and in the end dug out the bone, causing a phenomenon that shook all directions. However, Gu Changa's courage to confess his past in front of the world was admired by many. On the other hand, his actions were even reasonable in many people's eyes. Was there really a perfect person in this world? It was impossible. No one was perfect. Even a true sage would not be able to do this. Wasn't it normal for Gu Changa to have a stain that was difficult to erase? From this point of view, many young women who admired Gu Changa felt that this kind of Gu Changa was more real, and their admiration for him did not decrease in the slightest. This kind of Gu Changa was not the same as before. He was transcendent, like an immortal above the 9 heavens, untainted by a speck of dust. This made them feel that the distance between them and Gu Changa wasn't so far away. Furthermore, no one could err. Gu Changa had already calmed down in front of the entire world. Wasn't this a sign of his guilt and compensation? He would make up for his past mistakes and make up for what he owed Gu Xian'er. Why couldn't she choose to forgive him? After all, those words were said by Gu Changa in front of the entire world. Was this not convincing? For a time, there were even more praises. They felt that Gu Changa's calmness this time had an indescribable courage. Who could do what he did, admitting to his past mistakes and digging out his own Dao bone in front of the entire world to pay back the enmity of the past. During this period of time, there were all kinds of discussions. Some praised, some cursed, some lamented, some mocked. This was especially so for the younger generation. Such discussions never stopped. Many young supreme martial artists who had witnessed everything in Dao, Celestial City, that day were deeply affected by this matter. Even if Gu Changa dug out his Dao bone, his strength was still boundlessly strong and was not affected at all. They wanted to surpass Gu Changa, but that was impossible. Gu Changa's current cultivation was already at the late stage of the Void God Realm. The other young supreme martial artists had just begun to touch the threshold of the Void God Realm. The gap was too big, so many people despaired. This was a huge mountain that weighed down on their peers. It was difficult to surmount and overturn. At least until now, there had never been a young existence who could be called a taboo among young people like Gu Changa. Although the mysterious and ruthless inheritor of the demonic arts, Yi Ling, had disappeared without a trace, none of the cultivators had forgotten about his strength. After all, he was a tyrannical figure who could escape from Gu Changa. The immortal ancient continent could be said to be the best breeding ground for inheritors of demonic arts. Who knew how much his cultivation had improved there? On the other hand, there were quite a few cultivators who began to ponder about this and discovered the contradiction in this secret. Why did Gu Changa choose to dig out his own cousin's Dao bone? What was his motive? Was it because of Gu Xian'er's talent to make himself stronger? Why did he dig out the Dao bone and return it to Gu Xian'er in front of everyone? Could it be because that piece of Dao bone was no longer useful to Gu Changa? This was too strange. There were too many suspicious points. Some people guessed that this was because of the oppression of the longevity Gu family. As the young master of the longevity Gu family, Gu Changa's words and actions represented the longevity Gu family. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Gu Changa had no choice but to admit Gu Xian'er's identity. However, more people felt that this secret was only the tip of the iceberg. News of this spread like wildfire. At the same time, on the Wushang Peak, the mountain breeze blew, and clouds curled around like jade ribbons, circling everywhere. The originally beautiful scene was now more like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed. Holy flowers were dazzling, and clear spring water tinkled. If you have something to say it quickly. Gu Changa stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression was profound. He said in a calm voice, his back facing Gu Xian, who had a complicated expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. The current Gu Changa didn't have any injuries on his body. Even his aura didn't change in the slightest. Digging out the Dao bone had no effect on Gu Changa at all. But in order to match the current scene, his face still looked a little pale. This was the third day since he revealed the truth to the public. After Gu Nanshan destroyed all the creatures in the Ocean Palace, Gu Changa ordered a group of experts from the divine sect of Taichu to clean up the battlefield, and he returned to the Wushang Peak. During this time, he didn't say a word to Gu Xian. Naturally, he didn't have any interaction with her. He and Gu Xian seemed to have become strangers in an instant. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair was scattered and blown by the mountain wind. Gu Xian's little face was in a daze. She looked at Gu Changa, all kinds of thoughts rolling in her mind. She pinched the corner of her dress. Her heart wasn't as calm as she looked. Even her bony fingers were a little white at this moment. These 3 days, it was just as Gu Changa had shown. At first, Gu Xian thought that Gu Changa would explain to her what happened back then. Her heart was full of expectations. In her opinion, Gu Changa explained clearly what happened back then in front of the whole world and said that he would make it up to her. Wasn't this Gu Changa's expression of apology? Moreover, he even damaged his origin, dug out the Dao bone and returned it to her. He also said that no one else was allowed to hurt her. In front of so many orthodoxies, he spoke like this, which really shocked everyone. This strong and cold attitude made Gu Xian's head buzz. She felt unprecedentedly at ease. Although Gu Changa was so black-hearted and evil, it was not bad to have such a brother. Therefore, she decided to reluctantly forgive Gu Changa and let bygones be bygones for what he did more than 10 years ago. From now on, the grudges between the two of them were written off. No one owed the other. However, Gu Xian didn't expect that after that day, Gu Changa seemed to have forgotten about her. Not to mention explaining anything to her. He didn't even acknowledge her. His cold attitude was very similar to when she didn't want to talk to Gu Changa in the beginning. This made her confused. She couldn't understand at all. She felt that Gu Changa was really feeling guilty about digging out the Dao bone and wanted to make it up to her. However, Gu Changa hadn't told her about that secret yet. But why was the current situation so different from what she thought? It was as if Gu Changa appeared to block the revenge of the Ocean Palace for her. He did all this just to acknowledge her identity, just to give her justice back then. Or maybe it was just to keep the clansmen in check. After returning the bone to her, it was as if there was no relationship between the two of them. The grudges between the two of them were resolved together. They were like strangers. Naturally, there was no need to maintain that superficial sibling relationship. Gu Xian didn't believe and didn't want to accept this result. She felt that Gu Changa must have some secret that no one knew. He deliberately pretended to be like this. He was deliberately treating her like this now. Gu Changa, with such an attitude, just didn't want her to understand him. Therefore, Gu Xian took the initiative to visit Gu Changa on Wushang Peak. She wanted to ask him about the cause and effect of the matter. At this moment, hearing Gu Changa's words, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed her previous calm and cold expression. Gu Changa, what was the purpose of all that you did 3 days ago? Her voice was incomparably calm and her small face was serious. Gu Xian felt that she needed to tear apart the layer of disguise on Gu Changa's face. What was it that he couldn't say? Couldn't he say it? Did he have to hide it all by himself? Gu Changa had been so good to her before. She didn't believe that Gu Changa was pretending. Gu Changa was actually a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. What purpose? Gu Xian. Is this what you came to ask me about? I thought it was something big. You disappoint me. Instead of wasting this time, why don't you keep it for cultivation? Or do you think that from now on I can't suppress you? That you don't have the motivation to cultivate? Hearing this, Gu Changa seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he turned around and looked at her. His voice carried a hint of ridicule. It was as if he had seen an idiot. Gu Xian was angered by his casual and contemptuous attitude. She wrinkled her jade nose and said in a clear voice, Gu Changa, stop pretending. Don't think that you can hide it from me. All this time, Gu Changa had been using all kinds of methods to force her to work hard in cultivation so that she could surpass him. Until now, this purpose had not changed. Did Gu Changa really think that she wouldn't notice such an obvious flaw? Gu Xian stared into Gu Changa's eyes as if she wanted to see through him. Oh, putting on an act. That's interesting. Gu Xian, did you think that after I said those words and swore on my Tao heart, I wouldn't do anything to you? I haven't beaten you for a long time. You've become bold. Gu Changa sneered at her. Don't try to provoke me. Otherwise, I'll really throw you into the latrine pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. Gu Changa! Hearing this, Gu Xian, Ai's voice suddenly became louder. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glared at him and said, I've already forgiven you. Are you still going to treat me like this? Even though she knew that Gu Changa was deliberately angering her, Gu Xian couldn't help but be angry. Gu Changa said calmly, You've forgiven me? The last time I handed my life to you, it was you who didn't want it. So we don't owe each other anything. You. Gu Xian's expression froze. Gu Changa was right. At that time, the two of them had already settled their grievances. But for this kind of thing, how could it be settled so easily and erase all traces? But you clearly said those words. You even dug out the Tao bone and returned it to me. Gu Xian said, unwilling to give up. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Gu Changa, she really wanted to teach this stubborn guy a good lesson. At this time, what was there to be proud of? Wasn't it good to confess everything? At this time, you don't really think that I meant what I said, right? Don't you know the trick of injuring yourself to gain sympathy? As for those words, Gu Xian, how could you be so stupid and naive? Could it be that you were really touched? Those words were only said for the world to hear. It was to maintain my image. At the same time, it was also to account to the family. His expression was one of casual understatement. It was as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. But the words that came out of his mouth were filled with deep coldness. Gu Xian's face turned pale. The more Gu Changa explained, the more she didn't believe him. There was obviously something wrong with his heart. Why was Gu Changa always like this? Didn't he understand other people's good intentions? Can't you understand my good intentions? Gu Xian gritted her teeth. She really wanted to cut open Gu Changa's heart and see what was inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to guess Gu Changa's thoughts. Good intentions? There's no need. A person like me doesn't need any good intentions. Gu Changa shook his head. Don't you know this kind of thing now? Is there a need to ask again? There was a faint mockery on his face. There was no expression at all like the one when he was defending Gu Xian. Gu Changa, you. Gu Xian was so angry at Gu Changa's words that she gritted her teeth. What did he mean by don't need good intentions? He said it as if he was burdened with a deep hatred. If she didn't know that he was doing it on purpose, she would definitely explode at this moment. She swore that she would tear apart Gu Changa's false pretense. What about me? Don't you understand, elders? Gu Changa looked at her coldly. Suddenly he waved his sleeve. With a rumble, a large void palm print appeared and instantly sent Gu Xian flying from the mountaintop. Guchanga, you've gone too far. I'll definitely suppress you in the future. I'll expose your secret and find the truth. Gusien'er's cold and angry voice came from afar. She was so angry that her teeth itched. However, she was instantly slapped away by Guchanga. Then I'll wait for you to find the truth. The mountain wind blew, and his robes fluttered. The coldness on Guchanga's face disappeared. His expression was full of interest. His words just now were half true and half false. However, for Gusien'er that was enough. During this period of time, the atmosphere of the entire immeasurable heaven was heavy. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Many cultivators and creatures didn't dare to casually show themselves outside. Most importantly, the inheritor of the demonic arts who had disappeared for a long time reappeared in the world. This time, the most elite powerhouses of the various clans were in trouble. In the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects outside the immeasurable heaven, there was no peace at all. Taoist Changa, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a past. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes that day. Digging out the bones to return his sister and controlling the ocean palace. Such courage, as expected of the number one person of the younger generation. In a palace of the ancient Yi clan, his entire body was bright, and his hair was sparkling as if it was burning. He looked like the son of God of the Sun, Yi Langtian. After hearing this news, he was currently praising Guchanga. His eyes were full of admiration for him. In his words, Guchanga was worthy of the title of the number one person of the younger generation. At least for now, he couldn't find a young supreme being who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Guchanga. Only Yu Mingkong, who had always been mysterious when fighting, made Yi Langtian feel that she might have the ability to fight Guchanga. However, the two of them were engaged, so how could they fight? It was impossible for the world to know that they were sparring in secret. Brother Changa, what is his own talent? Since the Dao Bone didn't originally belong to him, could it be a space-related talent? Yi Langtian narrowed his eyes. He felt that Guchanga's hidden talent should be related to space. The speed that Guchanga displayed in several battles left people dumbfounded and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It was reasonable to say that he was traveling through the void. As for digging out the bones, in fact, many young supremes, including Yi Langtian, didn't care about it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Devouring the weak to strengthen oneself was the law of nature. He himself wasn't a completely good person. Therefore, he felt that Guchanga's actions of digging out the bones in his early years were completely understandable. After all, he was young and didn't know anything. There was nothing to say about making such a choice. Guchanga being able to confess everything had greatly exceeded his expectations. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. So, there is such a grudge between Guchanga and Gusien'er. However, a person like Guchanga would dig out the bones and return the sister. I really didn't expect. Beside Yi Langtian, a beautiful girl in a purple dress was also shocked. She was Yi Liuli. At the mention of Guchanga, she recalled the scene in the lower realms when Guchanga forced her to apologize. As for Yi Chen's memories, only a few fuzzy images remained. She only remembered that Yi Chen had offended Guchanga. Although she wanted to help, in the end, she couldn't do anything. Yi Chen was killed by Guchanga. Apart from this, Yi Chen was an insignificant character in her eyes. He wasn't worth her attention. On the contrary, she often couldn't help but think of Guchanga, which made her very vexed. If she felt disrespectful towards Guchanga, she would feel as if she was facing the might of the heavens. Brother, do you think that Ocean Palace will really start a war with Longevity Gu Clan? I feel that Longevity Gu Clan's foundation is unfathomable, but Ocean Palace can't be underestimated either. They have ruled a measurable Ocean Clan for so many years and have never lost their inheritance, Yuli asked. Mentioning this matter, in her opinion, would even affect the situation in immeasurable heaven. This war won't happen. Ocean Palace doesn't dare. Yi Langtian said with a strange smile on his face. At the same time, at the end of the large lake, there was a dark blue ocean. On this ocean, there were black bone warships drifting. A huge golden sun could also be seen sinking into the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens, including angry roars. A large number of sea creatures came from all directions. They were all commanders and many affiliated forces sent by the Ocean Palace to various places. The Longevity Gu family's patriarch had destroyed a great commander, tens of thousands of Oceanids, and even the Sea King's decree that had been sent to the Palace of Immortals to seek justice. This matter naturally aroused the wrath of all the Ocean clan forces in immeasurable ocean. They gathered together, determined to wash away the humiliation. At this moment, a thick fog filled the sky. Ocean Palace was built on the seabed. There was dense immortal chi and auspicious clouds intertwined. An ancient tree that supported the sky held up all the seawater, forming a boundless world. Here, there were suns, moons, and stars, and the rules of heaven and earth were intact. Looking around, there were mountains, earth veins, pavilions, cities, and palaces. It was like a complete big world. In the center of the ancient palace, the Ocean King, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding the immortal sword of the King Path, shouted with a gloomy face, "Longevity, Gu clan has gone too far! My Ocean Palace has been unhindered for countless years, and this is the first time I've been humiliated like this." He could still clearly remember that not long after the figure appeared, a kitchen knife full of rust slashed his head. If it wasn't for the fact that the figure was extremely solid and had been refined by him for a long time, he would have been reduced to ashes by that knife. What the Ocean King couldn't stand the most was the strong attitude of Longevity Gu clan. It looked like Ocean Palace was afraid of Longevity Gu clan. "Your Majesty, are we still going to fight this battle? If we are, we will gather all the elites of the Sea clan now and attack Longevity Gu clan together. We will let them know that we are not to be trifled with." Immediately, a creature with a turtle shell and mung-bean-like eyes turned and said so. In his opinion, with the seemingly endless number of the Sea clan, no matter how strong Longevity Gu clan was, it was impossible to hold them off. After all, the most vast area in the upper realm was the ocean. The Sea clan was powerful. Although they didn't spread out like the 10,000 ancient clans, they had the advantage in numbers. When the Ocean King heard this, his expression changed rapidly. But in the end, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I'm no match for the Gu clan's ancestor. If I really start a war with Gu clan over this, it's not worth it. Longevity Gu clan has been through countless wars and has never fallen. Unless we can also have reinforcements. Gu Changa is just a junior. How can he have so much power?" The Ocean King growled. He was very unwilling, but he could only vent his anger here. The higher-ups of Ocean Palace below kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to speak softly. However, at this moment, all of their expressions changed. They felt a terrifying aura descending from the sky outside the underwater palace. The sea was vast and mighty, and the sky was trembling. "It's the Gu clan's ancestor." The Ocean King's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect to be chased here by Gunan Shan. Soon he took a step forward. His aura was monstrous and terrifying. Divine chains of rules soared into the sky and instantly attacked the palace outside. At this time, naturally, he couldn't retreat. Unparalleled celestial dynasty, in a magnificent, ancient, and magnificent hall. After leaving the immortal ancient continent and intercepting Yin Mei on the way, Yu Mingkong was now sitting on the throne. She wore a loose emperor's robe and was flipping through memorials. Her brows furrowed from time to time. All kinds of emotions flashed through her cold and deep eyes, but in the end they returned to calmness. "Crown Prince, this is what happened in Dao, celestial ancient city that day." Below her, a female official respectfully replied, "P.S. I fell in the shower and sprained my wrist. I just came back after applying medicine." The next update will probably be very late. Sorry. Chapter 188. Yu Mingkong sat on the throne and quietly closed the memorial after hearing his words. Ever since she returned from the immortal ancient continent, her cultivation had improved tremendously, especially since she had obtained many benefits from Guchanga that she would never have dared to imagine. A drop of the 5-colored true dragon's blood and a jar of immortal essence that she had only refined a little. These 2 things could be said to be the most precious things in the immortal ancient continent, and they were the most useful to her. Not to mention her, even the group of old antiques in the immortal ancient continent who were fighting each other to the death would be jealous of him. You may all leave, Yu Mingkong said lightly. Now, she already had the majesty of an empress who controlled the life and death of billions of people. It was terrifying and intimidating. The coldness in her eyes made people's hearts tremble. Just one movement was enough to make many of the court officials below break out in cold sweat. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Yes, Crown Princess. After receiving the order, everyone in the hall left, leaving only a few female officials that Yu Mingkong trusted. The rumors are true, right? Yu Mingkong asked lightly. Hidden in her calm expression were emotions that only she knew. Crown Princess, the rumors are true. Young Master Changa personally dug out the bone in front of the Ocean Palace and the other orthodoxies. The female official reported. Young Master Changa also said that he would destroy the entire family of anyone who dared to have designs on Guxian. She could not help but tremble when she said this. From these simple words, one could hear a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura. You even said those words? Changa, what are you thinking? I will never be able to understand your heart. Yu Mingkong waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials. She was slightly stunned, then closed her eyes and murmured. In her original memory, Gu Xian's ending in her previous life was very tragic. Gu Changa did not return the bone or confess what happened in the past. From the beginning, he had never stopped hunting Gu Xian. Even her bloodline had been exterminated by Gu Changa through various means. From the very beginning, Yu Mingkong had been trying to change Gu Xian's ending. She wanted to increase Gu Xian's chances of survival when she encountered Gu Changa. However, when Yu Mingkong met Gu Xian for the first time, she realized that Gu Xian didn't seem to hate Gu Changa that much. This made her very surprised and puzzled. After investigating, she found out that it was Gu Changa who had brought back Gu Xian's bloodline and released those who had been imprisoned. In Yu Mingkong's opinion, this was the most appropriate and correct approach. In fact, this was what she wanted to persuade Gu Changa to do at the very beginning of her rebirth. She wanted to prevent him from walking on the path of betrayal. However, Gu Changa had done this before she did. He had eased his relationship with Gu Xian first. At that time, Yu Mingkong even suspected that Gu Changa was also reborn like her. However, she found out that Gu Changa was not. There were many things that would happen in the future that he did not know at all. He did not seem like a reborn person at all, unless Gu Changa had been pretending to be a fool and was planning to deceive everyone. However, with Gu Changa's strength at that time, there was no need for him to do that. If he was a reborn person and knew everything that was going to happen like the back of his hand, it would simply make people despair. Therefore, Yu Mingkong knew that she was completely overthinking. Since that incident, Yu Mingkong had been very confused. She found that Gu Changa was different from the Gu Changa she knew in the past. Although his personality did not change, he had a rare human touch. Although this human touch was very faint, to Gu Changa, it was already a huge change. However, Yu Mingkong felt that Gu Changa was deliberately pretending to be like this in order to confuse her. However, a series of things that happened after that broke Yu Mingkong's understanding one by one. Until now, she did not dare to completely believe that memory of her rebirth. It was because of that memory that she had a preconceived notion and misunderstood Gu Changa in this life. She felt that he had other motives and did not have good intentions. It was also because of this that the relationship between the two of them, which was originally changing and could have been closer, suddenly fell to the freezing point. If there was no preconceived notion that Gu Changa did not have good intentions, in the Bai Hung mountain range, how could she say those words to Gu Changa? Yu Mingkong also understood that this was not her memory. If there was no memory of her rebirth, she would still be that pure and kind fourth princess. She would not even have the qualifications to enter Gu Changa's eyes. Controlling the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty was even more impossible. Changa should be very disappointed and bitterly disappointed with me now. All along, his good intentions towards me were all suspected by me. Yu Mingkong sighed deeply. Gu Changa dug out the bones of his sister and made it public to the world. It could be said that this matter was a complete slap to her face. All of her previous guesses and doubts about Gu Changa were all overturned. Her emotions were complicated. Regret, frustration, guilt. Gu Changa even told her the biggest secret, that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts and did not have any precautions against her. Wasn't this enough to explain everything? After all, Changa is a person who does not show his emotions. If you want to know what he is thinking, you can actually see through his actions. After thinking through all of this, Yu Mingkong's emotions were half worried and half happy, mixed with a bit of bitterness. She was happy that Gu Changa finally had a place for her in his heart. Otherwise, Gu Changa would definitely be thinking of ways to deal with her now. He would not give her a jar of immortal essence when they parted. He was just stubborn and unwilling to say his true thoughts. With his cold personality, he would not easily reveal his emotions. She was worried that this position was too small, so small that it could disappear at any time. I am too stupid. Only now do I understand that Changa still has me in his heart. Yu Mingkong thought of this and felt somewhat satisfied. Just like that sentence in front of Een May that day. It was better to let go than to block. Since she could not stop Gu Changa, why not follow him and help him rule the heavens as a reincarnator, who knew that there would definitely be a tragedy in the end? Even if you become the enemy of the heavens in the end, I will still stand by your side. Who told me to be so stupid, willing to give up everything for you? Yu Mingkong muttered to herself, secretly making up her mind. Her expression was calm and deep. At this moment, she had thought everything through. She actually did not care about her final ending. On the day of her rebirth, she secretly vowed to change the endings of her family and friends in her previous life. But now it seemed that this vow was already useless. In this life, she did not need to do so. Gu Changa's actions had already shown that he would not repeat the mistakes of the previous life. He would also not repeat the tragedies that Yu Mingkong knew of. As for the hatred towards Gu Changa in the previous life, Yu Mingkong could only choose to silently accept it and hide it deep in her heart. She had already endured a lot, so she did not mind a little more. According to the development of the previous life, the general trend has not changed. First, the immortal spirit of the immortal ancient continent appeared. Many old antiques went there, but in the end nothing was gained. Gu Changa was one step ahead of them. Then the Ocean Palace sent many experts of the Sea Clan to seek justice from Xian Er. In the end, the ancestors of Xian Er's bloodline were angry and had bad tempers, and they were all destroyed. Then the ancestor of the Gu family killed his way to the territory of the Ocean Palace. No one knows what happened in that battle, but in the end the Ocean Palace was sealed for 100,000 years, and many sea clans were not allowed to leave the boundless sea. The things in the immortal ancient continent seem to have something to do with Gu Changa, but there is too little information that can be found. I only know that the immortal ancient dragon clan took the lead in resisting, but in the end, it was suppressed by the great elder. Yu Mingkong organized these memories in her mind. The battle in the Ocean Palace seemed to have alarmed one of Gu Xian Er's masters. Across an endless distance, a pitch-black blade light was sent over. The terrifying aura of the two supreme existences was vast and mighty in the entire sea, and finally suppressed the Ocean Palace. Everyone also understood that even if there was no Gu Changa, Gu Xian'er's identity was unparalleled, and there would not be any life or death accidents. Of course, these were all trivial matters that did not affect the final direction of the matter. The Ocean Palace was ancient and had dominated the boundless sea for many years, but they did not dare to start a war with the longevity Gu family. So, Yumingkong had never worried about Gu Xian'er. As long as Gu Changa did not deal with Gu Xian'er, then Gu Xian'er would not be in danger. Gu Xian'er's most dangerous enemy would always be Gu Changa. After the matter at hand is settled, I have to go find that girl Xian'er. There are some things that I still have to tell her. Yumingkong did not intend to be like before, always worrying about Gu Changa. She no longer suspected that Gu Changa had ulterior motives. It was simply too tiring to guess Gu Changa's thoughts. She was carrying too much hatred and too much pressure, and now she was tired. Even if Gu Changa had ulterior motives, she did not want to care about it anymore. Anyway, in the end, no matter how she prepared or planned, it was impossible to stop Gu Changa. The world was moving, and the subtle changes were, but the general trajectory would not change. Even if in the end, Gu Changa would kill her like in her previous life, Yumingkong did not care. Then, let Gu Changa kill her. Now she knew that she actually had a place in Gu Changa's heart, and that was enough. The Inde will soon descend on the world again. All the orthodoxies and sects will send their strongest people to build the Immortal Academy in order to cultivate true immortals in this era. When the time comes, many princes, ancient freaks, and even the young kings of their generation will appear. Yumingkong began to recall this memory. For Gu Changa, it would be an excellent breeding ground. After all, the countless sources were enough for him to devour and cultivate and to refine the great Tao treasure bottle. For the younger generation, this was a golden gathering of stars, but at the same time, it was also the beginning of their nightmare. In his previous life, countless geniuses had fallen victim to Gu Changa's evil schemes. So what if they were princes and ancient princes? In Gu Changa's eyes, they were just nourishment. There was the Inde outside, and there were inheritors of demonic arts inside. This world would never be peaceful. The Inde, as its name suggested, was the same as the immeasurable day. It was an infinitely large area, and when it was formed, it could even be said to include many ancient universes. The terrifying thing about the Inde was its ability to engulf various small worlds, planes, and even heavens. It was like a world with life, with self-awareness, and could engulf other heavens to strengthen itself. In the beginning, the appearance of the Inde was not noticed by anyone. When it began to take shape, it already had the ability to engulf the world. For many orthodoxies and tribes, the Inde was the most terrifying thing. It did not belong to any race, and it had no life. It was just a world that was constantly evolving and expanding. However, it could engulf and destroy everything. The appearance of the Inde, the appearance of the human ancestor. Yumingkong recalled this matter. In her previous life, she did not seriously understand it and only heard about it vaguely. Gu Changa planned to use this matter, but she did not know whether he succeeded or not. She also did not know how Gu Changa planned it. The Inde was a disaster that involved the entire upper realm. Every time this happened, the human ancestor would appear and save the world from danger. This was because every time the Inde descended, many orthodoxies would be engulfed and destroyed, disappearing forever. In this world, apart from the real immortals, who would dare to easily destroy the universe and end the Inde, even orthodoxies that had given birth to immortals would find it difficult to deal with. However, the human ancestor could and had such means. The human ancestor was immortal, and he had been trekking in the cycle of reincarnation. Every time the Inde descended, various orthodoxies would search for the human ancestor's reincarnation. The human ancestor's identity was extraordinary, and even the most ancient existences had to treat him with respect.